Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate spending money.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate brand new chef's knives.
We're back. The podcast is back, and everything is working now. I sound like a professional now.
We dug you out of the tin box in the ground and gave you a real microphone instead of a walkie-talkie.
I am no longer your racist uncle calling into the local 1997 radio show to rant about Donovan McNabb leading the NFL in rushing touchdowns.
Oof.
If you haven't listened to Games That Suck 1997, you should do that, but be forewarned, because my microphone settings were messed up, and the one time I didn't double check everything is when they were messed up. I don't know how that got messed up, but my Audacity used my webcam audio instead of my microphone. Bad. So my webcam has never been turned on. I bought it a year ago. It's on my PC. It has never been used.
Your webcam was like, now is the time. This is my moment.
The light never even turned on. If the little light had turned on, I would have noticed it, and it would have made me think. But that didn't happen. I don't understand. And it didn't even use my headphones. My headphones also have a microphone. It didn't default to that. It was my webcam for whatever reason. But hey, I've learned that I shouldn't use my webcam audio if I'm ever in meetings on my desktop.
Yeah, listeners, believe it or not, when the audio came to me from Shea, it actually sounded worse.
It was worse.
I spent 4 hours trying to improve that audio.
Oh man,
to get it to the quality that it was. I was looking at YouTube tutorials. I was. Anyways, I was messing with EQ settings, but it's all fine.
I was going to say that no one listens to us for our high quality audio, but years ago, back before we stopped doing it the last time, so this would have been 2018, 2019, someone did write in to say how great they thought the audio quality was. So I guess maybe someone does listen to us exclusively for our good audio quality.
Well, that person is gone because we went away for 3 years.
Yeah, and also I guess we have to apologize for missing last month. Yeah. It sucks. This is the reality of only doing it once a month,
and with two people.
Yeah, exactly. Because we both ended up being sick.
Yeah.
And it was just it was too much to try to, if one of us is sick, we normally muscle through, but you all know these episodes are extremely long. And of course we always wait until the weekend before, because then it's most relevant. And it didn't work out, and we're very sorry. And we were like, it's not a huge deal. They'll get, Games That Suck 1997. And then that podcast got all messed up because my audio was bad. So it's been a rough month.
It has. Just to roll back to my hate for the episode,
right,
because it's connected to why we missed the previous month's podcast. So I hate brand new chef's knives because I got a brand new chef knife from my lovely mother-in-law as an early birthday present, because I'm still using the chef knife that was part of this really cheap silverware set that we had on our wedding registry when Kara and I got married over 5 years ago. So it's an old knife, and I've tried to maintain it, but it's a piece of crap. So that's the one I've been using. I thought, hey, it'd be nice if I had a really nice chef's knife, since Kara and I are cooking a lot more. So got that, used it for a couple days. Everything was gravy. I was very careful knowing it's sharp. And then one day, because I'm doing all this new diet and exercise stuff, I'm trying to drink a ton of water every day. I was like, it'd be nice if I had lemon water today, because that would be cool. It's better than just water. So I went in the kitchen, I grabbed a lemon, I took the knife, and I proceeded to cut very deeply through the lemon and into my left pointer finger. Ran to the hospital, got 4 stitches, and the nurse who stitched me up was very sick and was sniffling and coughing. And lo and behold, 2 days later, I'm extremely sick. The following weekend, I am supposed to go on a bachelor party trip for one of my friends who's getting married very soon. Kara gets sick from me. They take a COVID test. It's positive. So I have 4 stitches in my fucking hand. Kara and I both have COVID in the house, and I have to miss my friend's fucking bachelor party trip.
Horrible.
Because I wanted some lemon water, man. So that was my series of unfortunate events. The hand's doing okay. I still have some numb areas where I cut through nerves, and those are still growing back, and some scar tissue stuff is pretty wild. But I have a fully functioning left hand again, which is good for gaming. Because I've been doing we've both been doing a lot of gaming.
A lot of gaming. And my hating spending money is not related to video games. Because as you will hear, I have been spending some money on video games. But I don't hate that. I hate spending money on normal adult things. Like we had to buy new tires for my car.
Boo.
We bought a new couch and a new chair, new bookshelves for our living room. Those are exciting purchases. Yes. Don't get me wrong.
New couch club, bro.
Yeah, like that stuff is great. It's just that all adds up.
Turns out couches ain't cheap.
Completely redoing the furniture in your living room adds up. But
I'm on a payment plan for my couch. That's how expensive couches are.
Yeah, you maybe should not have done it that way.
Well, it's interest free, which is why I did it that way.
Well,
but
that's how they get you.
I know. But I'm smarter than them, so they won't get me. Because I will make every payment on time, and it'll be fine.
That's good. They won't repo your couch for missed payments.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, lots of gaming has been happening. We have a jam-packed show. I mean, it's 2 months worth of video games and some nerd interest related things across the movie sphere and the TV sphere.
Yeah.
And we got a handful of news things. We had much more news to cover because we were also going to cover what we were going to talk about last month. Honestly, a lot of that's just not super relevant anymore.
No.
You know, if you haven't seen Phil Spencer doing an interview around GDC, look that stuff up. He talked about game ownership and exclusivity and things like that. But it's just like, you have heard that by now if you care enough. So we're going to talk about some more recent, more relevant news. But what do you say we go ahead and dive into the 30-ish video games we have to talk about?
Yeah.
The first thing is, so if y'all can remember back to our our March episode.
Yes.
2 months ago, our Game Club game was going to be Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. Maybe you have heard about that not being good, so we didn't play that.
Right. Because
instead
it was riddled with matchmaking issues, and the extra content they added in was apparently not good, and people just basically at launch they barely had any servers to support all the players that were going to play it across worse than Helldivers 2 launch.
Yes.
And it stayed bad for a while. Yeah. So
and even less forgivable because
Shea
it's not
decided not to give them our money.
Yeah. And I mean, it is a bummer because I was genuinely looking forward to it because I love those games. But yeah, we're not going to give them money, and even more importantly, we're not going to waste our time to do that. So it was a little bit of a blessing in disguise that we didn't come into the last podcast without a Game Club game. Yeah. We had already decided on our April Game Club game, which we held to, which we'll talk about, which is Hellblade: Senua's Saga. So this came out in 2017. The sequel, which I believe is called Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade 2.
Hell yeah.
Because I love it when they change the ordering of titles in media, because it makes it super easy to categorize alphabetically.
No. The first one was Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. The second one is Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2. The first one was Sacrifice. The second is Saga.
Are you sure? You're right.
I'm looking at it on Game Pass right now.
Yes, I don't know why I wrote that wrong. So yes, the first game is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. The second game, which comes out in May, is Senua's Saga: Hellblade 2. So they reversed it. They pulled the old bait and switch.
There actually might be a narrative reason for that, I wonder.
You know what? That's totally possible, because this game's
is the
weird
kind of game
as
that would
shit.
do that, yeah.
So let's talk about it.
Okay.
How much of this did you play?
So so you start and do a lot of walking and a lot of listening. Yes. And I did wear headphones, as you're supposed to.
It does recommend that.
Yes. And it was very effective.
Yeah, it's got that, like, binaural.
Yeah.
What's the word?
Binaural audio.
I think binaural is a Skyrim character.
yeah.
Binario.
Stop right there, criminal scum. But so you walk and listen for a while, and then you come to an area where there's a door you can't open, and there are 2 doors behind you, and the game basically tells you you're gonna have to kill 2 dudes behind these 2 doors to get through the 3rd door. Mm-hmm. I killed those 2 dudes. I did not go through the 3rd door.
I don't even know how long this game is. Like, my assumption was once you go through that 3rd door, that would be the final thrust of the game. How many hours did you put in?
So, like 3.5, 4, I think.
Oh, I can't imagine the game is that short. Looking at how long to beat right now, 7.5 hour game. So you probably had a little bit ways to go after.
Yeah, I must have. Yeah.
But that's not that long. I guess it makes sense given the type of game it is. So
right.
I entered the first area for the boss. I had it gives you you can basically do them in either order, and I picked Surtur, the fire god.
Okay, I did that one first as well.
Because it's very much, I mean, if you play God of War Ragnarok, it's very much that. It's, Asgardian and all the Niflheim and Helheim and all the names that you're familiar with. Very Vikings era, which I really liked that. It honestly, it kind of made me just want to go play God of War, which I think is a much better game in every capacity, if I'm being honest. Once I got into that Surtur area, there are kind of 3 primary gameplay mechanics. There is combat, which essentially, like, you're in a little circle arena. Dudes go from being invisible to visible. I only ever saw 1 enemy type. There may be more. And you basically have a very simple light attack, heavy attack, dodge, parry, kick. It is extremely straightforward combat. Basically, all you need to do is let the guy attack you, dodge, and then just light attack him to death, and he will get stunned into oblivion and never able to recover. The combat sucks ass. It is extremely boring.
So after you beat Surtur, they introduce a different kind of enemy.
Okay.
Because, like, you beat Surtur and you go back to the first area, the kind of area with the 3 doors, and you have to fight some enemies there. And there in that fight, they introduce a new kind of enemy that has a shield. And I found that to be wholly unfun. Because you can only really get like 1 light hit in. And I think because when you fight Surtur, the game doesn't really have a UI. It's mostly right. It's not really diegetic. It's like there's visions and stuff, but there isn't really a UI. The game kind of whispers to you and tells you what to do. No
tutorials really either.
Right. Yeah. The voices in Senua's head, the different, I guess, personalities maybe in Senua's head are kind of telling her what to do. So in that fight with Surtur, there reaches a point where it's like telling you to I forget what the mechanic is called, but it's basically telling you to do a thing. And I remembered in looking at the controls that was this particular button. And so I was like, oh, right, I have to do that, and it slows him down. So I think I was supposed to use the thing you use against Surtur, that ability, on the shield guys, maybe? Because it kind of like freezes them or like whatever. Yeah. I think you're supposed to use that against the shield guys. I didn't think about that until after I'd fought him, but
I see.
Anyways, the combat is not that engaging.
Yeah, so that's one of the three primary gameplay mechanics. And again, It's possible, Kyle, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that they introduce more. But at least in the early going and in the early area with Searcher, the kind of other two, the first one that they introduced in the game is basically you see a rune and you have to find the rune in the world that you are walking around in by like lining up trees or torches or things like that, carved into stone, things like that. I found that to be exceptionally tedious. I am not a big fan of those types of puzzles. I remember those were in Horizon Forbidden West. Is that what it was? The second one? It had those two where you had to like line up a picture to like this old picture frame, and I just don't think that shit is fun. And then the third gameplay mechanic in the Searcher one, which is where they introduce it, which makes sense because he's kind of like the hell god with fire, is basically you touch a sconce and the entire world lights on fire and you have to run on the non-fire parts and escape.
Right.
And the first time you do that, it is very easy. And then the second time you do that, I failed because the little voices in my head were like, you have to remember where you came from. Make sure you follow your footsteps or like something to that effect. And I was like, oh, okay. So I just need to like turn around and go backwards. And that's incorrect. You don't do that. And I was very angry because what? Why are my voices lying to me when I'm in a video game? And so I got through that one. I got to the next section where I came across a fire door, so I knew I was going to have to do a fire run sequence. And then when I went to find the fire sequence, it brought up the icon thing, the sort of glyph thing. And so I was going to have to do a glyph thing and then right into a fire thing. And then my assumption was once I got to the other side of that door, hey, more combat. And so I said, no, thank you. And I turned it off. And that was as much of Senua's Sacrifice that I played. Okay. I pretty much immediately was very turned off by this game. I think it looks really good.
Yeah.
I don't think it looks... It's tough, right? This game came out 7 years ago.
Right.
But even thinking back to that time, like it came out a year before God of War. I don't see why this was such a touchstone graphic powerhouse. Like I thought the water looked actually bad in the opening sequence, and I thought the facial animations for Senua were like kind of awkward and stretchy. Like it was like those like real life animatronic ones of like people trying to make AI driven robot faces. It looked a little like that, just very uncanny valley. So yeah, I really didn't like anything other than the setting and sort of the theming around. Again, I think the voices in your head stuff could be really cool. Yeah. But that opening sequence was so long of you just sitting in a boat. You can't move. You're not steering the boat. You're not paddling the boat. You're literally just watching her paddle and voices talking in your head for like 8 minutes. And I was so done with it even at that point.
That's interesting. So I was fully on board until the second time I had to like go find the symbols and match those up. And that's when I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like I could get through like the simple combat, whatever, because I am kind of invested in Senua's story. I think they do a good job of setting up a lot of questions there. 'Cause like there are also like the different voices are all her, but they're all very distinct kind of personalities. Mm-hmm. And there was one point where there was like a new personality that kind of came up that I hadn't heard before. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. It's like, I want to kind of see where they go with that. And then also you're also seeing like visions of your mentor or whatever.
I loved because he's live action, like he's FMV, and I thought that was really, really like well implemented.
Yeah, I thought
that
so too.
I was a huge fan of that stylistically, and I agree. I think the setup for Senua's character and she's clearly dealing with grief over a lost loved one, and that's why she's trying to get into hell to revive them, rescue them, something to that effect. And she's also dealing with these inner demons and voices. All of that I think is a very cool setup. It's just the way that they established that early on, I just found to be kind of trite. and just drawn out and kind of boring. And then on top of that, adding just like really rudimentary video game shit was just super unappealing to me.
Yeah, like for me, because I played a lot of walking simulator games, and I've greatly enjoyed those when they kind of stick to their area of expertise. For me, like, take the light puzzle. Like, honestly, I would have rather it was like a Dear Esther, where you're just walking through the whole game.
100% agree.
I would have rather have just done that, frankly.
Yeah,
like sort of like a, not an on rails, but like literally just sort of a museum like. Walking through a thing and getting story fed to me. I would have rather that than be forced to engage with like the flimsy gameplay mechanics. But yeah, I will, because I do want to play the next one, because I'm interested to see how they evolve the formula. And like,
okay,
they got a lot of criticism about the puzzle stuff when the first one came out, so I'm sure they have evolved that stuff or peeled it back. And I'm interested to see like what evolutions they made with the combat, what they do with the puzzle stuff, and then I want to look up, because I wouldn't want to watch like a story cut of this game.
I feel like you're not going to get anything out of that.
Yeah, I want to read what happens and whatever else, because like because so much happens in the interstitial, and it's like constantly you're getting little pieces of things from the voices.
Well, I don't think experiential
it wouldn't lend itself to being cut. Yes, very much so.
Yeah, like you don't want to just watch cutscenes, right?
Yeah.
Like the point of it is being immersed and experiencing the things that she's experiencing. That was my struggle, because I agree. Like the second game, it's coming to Game Pass. Like it's obviously easy and quote unquote free for me to check it out and see if it's better. But like, I know that it's going to be very hard to appreciate the story and the character, having only played the first hour and a half, if that, of the first one. So I was kind of struggling with like, how do I approach that? But yeah, if there's a way to like read the story, that might work.
Yeah. I think it would do better in a written narrative format than trying to like watch someone else play the game or whatever, or see a cut. So yeah, that's Senua. I am looking forward to trying the next one. I think is kind of where I come away from it, because it's like I see what they're trying to do with the first one, and I find that I do this often, but I like the ambition. I like the intent of a developer, and I like to read into that and experience that, even if the game itself is lacking. And there is something there that I am very interested in. I think part of it is the setting, because I do like, the Viking Valhalla stuff. I like all of that, and so I think that helps.
And even like the psychosis stuff too, like the feedback I know was generally pretty positive in how that was handled. I know they have their little splash page that they consulted with a bunch of people. Like that, I think is, from an inclusivity standpoint, it's great to have a story that kind of features that.
Yeah.
I have nothing negative to say about the attempt at the character and the story and the setting. It's purely just, I just don't want to play it. I don't want to play it as a video game.
Right.
And I'm not going to force myself to play 7.5 hours, no matter what, how good the story is. The gameplay is, if the gameplay was just okay, then maybe. But it isn't just okay. It's actively boring and bad.
Right.
And like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that, man. I ain't got time for that.
Right.
I'm not patient enough for that anymore.
Yeah. It turns out we had a lot of other games vying for our attention.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, to say the name correctly this time. Yeah, maybe we'll both check out Senua Saga next month and be able to talk about that. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bunch of other shit to chat through. The biggest thing, which I'm going to tie back to my I hate spending money, but not on everything. I had my birthday in April, and I decided to bring all of the gift cards that I got together, and then also spend more money on top of that. And I bought myself a Steam Deck.
Let's fucking go.
And I splurged. I got the new OLED, obviously, because I wasn't gonna. The old one, it's super cheap if you just want a mobile gaming PC experience.
How much is the old one now?
I think it's like $400.
Okay.
Maybe less.
Yeah, that's super reasonable.
And it's like a 250 gig though, which is not ideal. But
Sure.
I splurged for the 1 terabyte. I wanted to go ahead and not have to worry about that. And then it also came with like a great anti-glare screen. I knew I was going to be playing out in the backyard a lot when the kids are running around.
Sure.
So I thought I would go ahead and go for that. I have not had a great experience with my Steam Deck. In my mind, it was going to be a mobile gaming console that had like Steam games that I could play that I can't play on console. That's why I bought it. I didn't play it to play a bunch of AAA things because I knew it's not always ideal for that. I wanted to play PC exclusive indie games. What I didn't realize was just like how much like a PC it is at times. And if you only want to play Steam games, it works fine.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to do was also install some emulators, get Game Pass working on it, be able to play Minecraft on it, all of which are things you can do legally, might I add. But all of those things require booting it into PC mode and using it like a handheld PC.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to use a PC, much less a tiny one without a mouse and keyboard. So Kyle got a lot of frustrated texts from me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I said I want to throw this fucking thing at the wall at one point because it was $650 and I couldn't get it to fucking work. And then I also went ahead and bought a micro SD card for all my emulator games because even though I've got a huge terabyte of space, I didn't want to have to worry about all my emulator games on my Steam Deck and having to, if I need to delete something, I got to go into the other mode. Like, I just didn't want to have to deal with it. So then I also spent another $45 on top to get like a 500 gig micro SD card that I still haven't even used because I'm too intimidated to actually go and start like working on the ROMs and the BIOS files. And it's just, I'm intimidated. I'm going to tackle it the weekend that we're recording this. We're recording this on a Friday night. I plan to spend Saturday afternoon working on this and figuring it out. But it's been like 2 weeks that I haven't done that because I've been too intimidated. So instead, well, I guess because like the biggest thing was I booted it up. And because I'm OCD, I wanted to have like a great first game experience. And I was like, I know this isn't going to push the hardware. I want to play Minecraft on this thing. That's like, you know, I have my Switch and I've been playing all those Pokemon games. I'm now out of them. Like, that's what I want. I want to be able to play some nostalgic games as well as some indie games that work in a handheld mode. I want to play Minecraft, man. So that's where first I was like, how the hell do I play Minecraft? And I still have not figured it out. There is a way. But I still have not figured it out because you got to like do a bunch of back end shit,
right? In
like the control panel and like basically you have to code things.
Well, what? Yes and no. So like they have,
you got to type stuff into a black bar, like.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing with Linux is they have wrappers for just about everything. Like people make, and a wrapper is something that you kind of like attach to a file.
Already lost me.
A wrapper is a thing that like it's code that other people have written that will make a thing happen on your Linux PC.
I know I'm not having to write code. I just need to copy and paste, or not even copy and paste because I don't know how to copy and paste with thumbsticks. So instead I pull it up on my laptop and manually type it in. I did figure out how to. I hotkeyed an open keyboard button onto my R5 button on the back of the Steam Deck. Yeah. I did figure out how to do that, and I felt very smart.
Yeah, that'll help.
For 2 minutes.
It's not... you just got to find a video, and a decent video where someone walks you through every step of it. Those are certainly out.
Because every video starts too far in the process. Like, I'll load up, like, emulation for beginners on Steam Deck. And the video's like, all right, so you've already got your ROM and BIOS files downloaded, so now you just need to download emulate. And I was like, dude, no, I don't have those downloaded. Well, okay, what are you talking about?
The reason they don't tell you how to do that stuff, because that's the
illegal
part.
I know they cannot. I know. And I know there are ways that you can find, if you wanted to do it illegally, which of course I don't. I know there are ways that you can find that also. It's just like the idea that, like, you can legally upload or, like, you know, get your physical media games onto your PC and then emulate them. It is legal to do that. I couldn't even find people to show me how to do that part of the process. I know it exists, but like that part of the process should be part of the emulation for beginners. That should be where it starts. It should start at the beginning. Not, so you've already done these 12 steps. Here are the final 2. Like, that's not helpful. And then the final 2 steps, it's still a 45-minute video.
Yeah, that's fair.
So anyway, I wanted to play Minecraft, and I immediately was like, no, this is too much for me. Let me just get Game Pass going on the whatever cloud streaming shit, and maybe I'll play Minecraft through there, because they own Mojang now. So I did figure out how to do Game Pass, not easily, and Kyle got a lot of texts during that process. And then the games wouldn't start, because it said I needed to have my Steam Deck as a controller,
right,
which I had already gone through the process of hotkeying new key bindings on the controller. So I thought I had already done that, but it wasn't working with Game Pass, which was like a separate executable that I was able to get to run in Steam. So like in Steam, I can open Game Pass, which is very convenient. So I couldn't get that to work, because I was like, then fuck it, let me play some Hi-Fi Rush. Because Minecraft, hey, guess what? Minecraft isn't in Xbox Cloud streaming, which is super annoying. It's part of Game Pass, but it's not part of their cloud, which is the only Game Pass version you can use on Steam Deck. So I was like, let me play some Hi-Fi Rush then instead. It would be bright and colorful, and it wouldn't work because the controller wouldn't work. So then I said, okay, extra fuck it. Let me just go on Steam and download some fucking demos and play some bullshit. So I was able to download some demos. I played some Ultros, which is a game that I was really looking forward to. It is out on PlayStation, which is originally where I was going to play it, but hey, free demo, I'll check it out. That I decided to go for as my first experience, because I was like, this is super bioluminescent and crazy neon colors. It's got a really awesome look to it. And that'll like OLED. Maximize my OLED screen. And let me tell you, dude, that game looks incredible.
Nice. Running
on the Steam Deck. Like the colors pop, baby. They pop. Unfortunately, I wasn't super into like the gameplay component of it. It's an Metroidvania. It's just like pretty straightforward. The combat doesn't have a lot of depth to it. And then it's countered with, while I love the visual style, it really makes it hard to follow visually, because they do like a depth of field sort of look, where some things are in the foreground of your character. And so because of that, and everything is super bright and like bio, acidy, amoeba-esque look to it. It's just hard to know, like, am I supposed to hit this thing? Is this an enemy? Is it just set dressing in the background? So I found it kind of like visually overwhelming. Okay. It's a game that like, it looks amazing, but when you're playing it, the fact that it looks amazing is kind of a hindrance. Yeah. So I was a little disappointed in that, but I did, I had a good time with the, 45 minutes I was playing in the demo, got through the first boss. And then I was like, okay, so I can't do Minecraft. Let me do some other kind of cozy game. I've never played Stardew Valley. I own that on Steam, so I know I don't have to do any like back-end wizardry shit. So I started up some Stardew Valley. I went and talked to the townsfolk, went back to my little house, tried to plant some things, and then immediately was like, actually, no, this is super overwhelming. This isn't, like, I'm not looking to dive into this type of world. So I went and loaded up another demo for 9 Souls, which is a game that comes out in May, I believe, but the demo's out on Steam now. It just released, I believe, in the last week or so. And it doesn't work on Steam Deck because I loaded it up. It booted me to the main menu. I pressed click demo, and then it gave the vertical color bars thing that when your TV bugs out at the end of broadcast in the 1950s. And so I was like, okay, this isn't working. I need to shut this off. I'm going to brick my Steam Deck.
So that happens. It's something to do with when a cutscene plays. Sometimes there's like a weird. I think it's because of the Windows to Linux conversion program or whatever that runs, that layer that runs that makes Windows stuff work on Linux. There's something weird that happened with cutscenes. Same thing happened to me with Born of Bread. Sometimes the cutscenes in that would give me the bars. I can still hear the sound, but I would have visual bars like that. And then once the cutscene ended and the gameplay started again, I would get the picture back.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I never waited long enough. It was 20, 30 seconds. So I guess that wasn't long enough to get through
so
the cutscene.
I bet the actual demo would work, but you wouldn't be able to see the cutscene because they need to patch it or whatever.
I didn't get any audio though. There wasn't any audio happening either. So I
don't know. But that is something I have encountered before.
Specifically on Steam Deck?
Yes, yeah. I think it's a Linux translation thing.
And that's been my biggest disappointment with it thus far is just like, because I'll watch my like YouTube reviewers or the podcast I listen to that for gaming, like a lot of them have Steam Decks, and the reviewer I watch, he always talks about like Steam Deck performance, and it feels like a majority of things that come out, at least that he has been reviewing, work on Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Like they might not run as well, but they function. They're, designed enough to work on the Steam Deck. But like navigating through Steam, that just doesn't seem to be as much the case as I expected. Like a lot of indie games give me like the question mark icon of whether or not it's going to work, or the little exclamation point where sometimes it's like, oh, sometimes text might be too small, which is fine. But other times it's like, buttons might not work. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to spend money on a game if the buttons aren't going to work. So that part of it has been a little bit of a bummer. Hopefully more new games continue to support it better. Yeah. In fairness, I was going back through my wish list, which was last updated in like 2019. So it stands to reason that a lot of those indie games have not updated to support the Steam Deck because it wasn't out when those games came out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that part of it's been a little bit of a bummer. And then today, because I bounced off Stardew Valley, I was still seeking out some of that cozy game thing. And so I booted up Palworld because I hadn't played it at all. And I was like, hey, this will work. I was able to get it to work through Game Pass. Hooray. Even with my controller settings as they were. And it functions a little bit weird. Like there's a scroll bar on the right side of the screen that I don't know how to get rid of. It's full screen. Like I'm not missing anything on the top or bottom, but it's got a little scroll bar on the right side. And the text is extremely small. Like the UI text is very hard to read. So that's not ideal. Yeah. But I did have a good time with that for a couple hours earlier today. Just getting that, survival game, early stage stuff where I'm making sticks and hitting Pokemon with a fucking axe and throwing an orb at it.
Hell yeah,
the early going in that game has been fairly fun. I doubt it's a game I'm going to sink a ton of time into and get into like the late game huge stuff, but I'll probably play it a couple of times. I'll play it until I figure out how to run Minecraft on it. That will be the life cycle for Palworld on my Steam Deck.
Sure.
So yeah, my Steam Deck review and experience thus far has not been overwhelmingly positive. I have a little bit of buyer's remorse, if I'm being honest, just because of it's going to require a lot more effort than I thought and wished. But I am excited to be able to play a lot of the indie games on there that I would otherwise would miss. And especially like once we had a Steam sale, I think I'll really love having it because I'll be able to splurge on a bunch of things that I like. It's way harder for me to buy a game I'm on the fence about when it's $40. But if I wait a year and can get it for $6 in a Steam sale, like I'm going to play a lot more games, I think, because of this thing. And that's really what it's for. So
yeah.
Steam Deck. It's a thing.
I
own it now.
My Steam Deck so much.
I wish that I did. I believe that I will get there. What I will say is the experience of playing on it is so much better than playing on a Switch. The screen is so much better. It's so much lighter. It's bigger, but it's way lighter than a Switch is, which is crazy to me. I had seen some complaints of like, oh yeah. Because I've seen complaints of people like, oh, it's hard to play for like more than a half hour. It gets too heavy. And I was like, not for me, dude.
I just think the weight's distributed better because you have more like because you and I have fat hands.
True.
And it's much thicker. It's easier to get a good grip on. The Switch is so thin that it hurts my hands.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah. I do feel like the buttons are a little compressed on the Steam Deck. Like I find myself on my left thumb with the D-pad and the D-stick. Like when I'm using the D-pad, my thumb's bumping up against the stick a lot. But again, I think part of that's having a thick thumb,
I know.
I got short and fat fingers.
Yep. Chode hands. Old chode hands, they call us.
Hobbit hands.
Yeah, that's a nicer phrasing, yeah.
Yeah, that's Steam Deck and a handful of things I've been playing on there. Also want to chat real quick some Helldivers 2. It's my obsession.
I'm shocked at how much you're playing this.
It's so fun, man. It's so much fun.
It is.
I'm level 42 now, I think. Which isn't like, I should be much higher than that for the hours I've put in. But what I tend to do like during the week is, hey, I've got 45 minutes between work and being a dad. Let me load up some level 5 missions and grind out my daily. And then it's like when I'm going to play in an evening, that's when I'll bump it up to some level 7 and really like try hard with some folks.
Yeah.
And I have found like experience varies based upon the skill of your team.
Yes.
When I'm playing level 5, level 6, I can totally carry people and that's no problem.
Right.
Level 7, if I don't have teammates, I really struggle. There was a time when I was playing a level 7, like a an operation, which is like multiple stages within the same level 7 group. And so I think we had done 2 of them and we're on the 3rd one or something like that. And the 2 of the guys got bounced like as soon as we spawned into the mission. I don't know if it was a connection error or what, but it was just me and this other dude. He threw down the SOS beacon, which is supposed to like, you know, put you at the top of the matchmaking queue to bring more people in.
Right.
And just nobody else ever joined. And so it was just he and I, 2 people doing the entire level 7 by ourselves. It was extremely intense. We actually had to try to sneak by some dudes and like go through it that way. It was actually super fun. It took the entire 40-minute mission timer.
Of course.
I had almost 650 kills in that, like because there were just the 2 of us. But yeah, that experience has been super fun. I do think when you get to the higher levels, sometimes the toxicity can come out. I did have an experience where I was playing with a group of guys and I had spawned in during the middle of a mission with them, and where I spawned in, they were already getting overrun by the bots, and I was just kind of like flailing around trying to call in my shit and try to help back them up, and I wasn't paying attention to where I was, and I shot one of the like hell bombs that's like out in the world, which is, for those that don't know, it's basically like a mini nuke that you can call in for certain objectives, but also they place them around the map that you can use strategically to kill a bunch of enemies or your friends. And that's what happened here. I shot it by accident. It blew up. 2 of the 3 guys died. Instantly they booted me, or like the host did. And I was like, that's, it's not like they called me names, but like, come on, man. Like, it was one accident. We just got in here. That part of it's just a little bit annoying. But those experiences have been very few and far between compared to the super wholesome ones. I have what I like to call a hug emote vibe check, which is as soon as I get into a group, I use the hug emote that other players can hug you. I walk up to each character and do the hug emote. And if they don't hug me back, then I know they're toxic. So that's my like vibe check for like if they're going to be cool dudes or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know you've been playing less and less. We haven't played recently. We were supposed to play like last week and I just wasn't up for it because we had a bunch of kids' parties that weekend, and I was just fucking exhausted from like being a parent.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, it's a game I will continue to play it. This is not a game I'm going to bounce off of. I'm going to continue to play it. I'm really excited for the continued support on tons of new mission types. They're introducing new enemy types within the factions. They're teasing a 3rd faction that existed in the first Helldivers game, the Illuminate. Like all of that, just the community stuff. I follow the Helldivers on Discord. That's like one of the only Discord things I use other than the group chat with Kyle, with Yumi and Cody. Like
Right, yeah.
Those are the only reasons I use Discord. But yeah, man, it's been like such a great game. It's I use IGN's playlist app to like track the games I'm playing. I always have my like top 10 lists on there just so I can look back at them. I've been doing that for a couple of years. And I currently have my 2024 like game of the year list that I'm tracking. And on that list, number 1 is Helldivers 2. And that's the only game on my top 10 list so far. So, yeah, it's amazing. And legitimately, at this point, I feel like it's going to end up being my game of the year. There's not that much else coming out this year, and this is the most fun. I mean, I said it via text to you, Kyle. Like, this is the most fun I've had with a multiplayer game since Mass Effect 3. And I put hundreds of hours into Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. So
yeah, I think I agree with you.
Going to give that too.
I think I agree. It is the best co-op multiplayer game since Mass Effect 3. I totally agree.
So what is it? What do you just have other stuff that you play with friends? Like, what is it? Why have you not kept up with this as much?
Yeah, I also just the reliance on playing with other people, because you really can't solo stuff unless you're on like the first 4 difficulties. I don't. It's hard to get people together to play at the times when I'm available to play, and I am not interested in playing with randoms. I have voice chat off. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm just not interested. I've done it a couple of times just to get the dailies, but now I'm at the point where I will absolutely play if someone asks me to play, but I'm not gonna pick it up on my own. Yeah. And that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Well, we should definitely play.
Yeah, I would play.
Yeah, I think about that game constantly. It's always on my mind. I'm not like addicted to it, because it's not like I would be like upset if I had to go a couple of days without playing. But I choose to play that game over so many games. The only reason I've played so much stuff lately is because I've been forcing myself to not play Helldivers 2 constantly. Because I know I can't come into this podcast and be like, yeah, I put in 80 hours of Helldivers 2 this last month, and that's it. I need to have other stuff to talk about. So, speaking of, look, y'all will hear more about Helldivers 2.
Oh, yeah.
One last story, because it was very funny. Like I said, I'll play some like what I would call lower level, some level 5s, level 6s. And I usually end up with some lower level people when I do that. And there was one, this was several weeks ago, but I loaded into a level 5 with 3 guys who were like all friends. And I just ended up being their 4th. And I joined mid-mission with them. We got through the mission. I played through one more mission with them that was like a, escort the people and sort of just like hold a base style mission, which was pretty straightforward at a lower level. And then the third one was one of the big, huge open world spaces where you got to go to a million different points. We 100%ed it. They were struggling in that mission. Like they were constantly dying. I believe we ran out of reinforcements on that one. I think I sent you a picture, Kyle, because that third match, that was the first 500 plus kill match I had gotten.
Yeah.
And it was like a little over 500 kills, 0 deaths. I had like 20 some samples that I got just by myself. Like, I fucking rocked that mission out. And I was on, like, the guys, they were all chatting, and like, I just use my microphone audio, so I generally keep myself muted, and I'll unmute to like give a call out, or like, hey, I'm going to check this thing out, etc. And so they were like asking me questions of like, hi, how does this gun work? Or, oh, you're using that cool weapon. Like, how long does it take to get that? Where is that? That kind of stuff. And so after the mission ended, I was going to log off for the night. And I just tell me, hey, GG, thanks for playing, guys. And one of them goes, yeah, man, thanks for the carry. And I was like, fucking yeah, dude. Like, it was like the most badass I felt in a video game in such a long time. For some, 25-year-old, if not younger, being like, thanks for the carry, bro. It made me feel so cool. And I was like, yeah, man, no worries. I play pretty regularly. If you guys are looking to do some higher level stuff, just like send me a friend request. And they did. All 3 of them sent me a friend request after. It made me feel like I was like it was like an older brother kind of moment. It felt really cool. So that, again, just wholesome ass stuff, man. I love that game. The community has been, 99% so positive in that game.
Yeah. And I think that a lot of that is influenced by the tone of it too.
Oh, totally.
It sets it up for that, for sure.
Because like even when you're putting on your tryhard pants, like if something crazy happens, that's just part of it. Like the fact that friendly fire is like so easy to do makes you less frustrated when it happens.
Right.
Unless you're the dude that booted me after accidentally killing them with the hell bomb.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
But what are you gonna do? So that's Helldivers 2. My game of the year for 2024. Games that don't suck.
Yeah.
That'll make the list.
I bet.
Tons of reasons.
Right, for sure.
But yeah, I know you've been playing some other like recent hotness stuff. So you wanna chat through some of yours?
Yeah. So I dropped Dragon's Dogma 2 like a fucking hot potato, man. I spent, oh god, how long did I spend? It's like 20 something hours playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Is it in my recents? Where is it? Sorry, I have to go back really far because I've been playing so many games. Yeah, 23 hours.
It seemed like you were, when we were texting about it a while ago, it seemed like you were pretty into it.
I like it a lot, which I know sounds weird given what I just said, but it has that B game energy.
Totally.
That I really like, the Arcania Gothic series, like Elex and other RPGs of that ilk, of that tier of game. It feels like one of those that got a huge budget. It retained some of the imbalance and quirky design philosophies of a B tier game with a AAA budget, which is literally what that game is, right? Like the first Dragon's Dogma was a B tier RPG, and then they got a big budget to make the second game, and in keeping with the design philosophies of the first. So it is literally that, and I like that about it. Because I like how scrappy it feels, but also how high production it sometimes feels, and how
it's
uneven that can be.
The thing you like, where like they kind of overreach, right?
Yes.
Like the ambition is farther than the execution.
Yeah, it feels like, for me, that feels like a hug from the developers, and I like that a lot. Dragon's Dogma 2, it is all about the exploration. It's all about what's around the next corner and what crazy situations is it going to throw me into, and because there was a lot of stuff before, like right before release, about how difficult the game was going to be, how they were intentionally making mechanics like limited, like they were keeping the no fast travel thing from the first game. Like you need an item to fast travel, and those tend to be kind of rare. But some of that stuff was also a little over reported, so things aren't quite as rare or imbalanced as people made it seem before the game came out. I found that I have plenty of that stuff.
It's definitely not awesome. I removed, this was originally in our news section, but it's been long enough. Like, that's not great though. Like, you shouldn't have microtransactions for consumables in a single player game. That's fucked.
Yes.
I definitely understand that it got overblown, but I don't want that to remove the fair criticism of that type of thing.
Yes.
This is something that no Capcom, video game should have that.
Yeah, this is something that Capcom does with almost all of their video games.
Yes.
And for some reason, the discourse around it being in Dragon's Dogma 2, I think maybe just because it's a different set of different people came to this game. Like a lot of people who played Dragon's Dogma 2 did not play the first one, because those were also in the first one. Those microtransactions.
Well, I think it's because of Baldur's Gate 3. Like what I had, the conversation that I saw was a lot of people hyping up Dragon's Dogma 2 in the wake of Baldur's Gate 3, of like, this is the next. It was Elden Ring, then it was Baldur's Gate 3, now it's Dragon Dogma 2. It's the new huge open world RPG that we all want to play. I think that's a big part of it.
For sure. I also think if people are coming to Dragon's Dogma 2 off of those experiences, they have a rude fucking awakening, bro.
Sure.
I have some really good stories about my time with Dragon's Dogma 2. The game is structured so that it's okay, so it's, I'm trying to remember if Final Fantasy Tactics has this, where if you change jobs, you get to still keep some of the abilities from the old jobs that you had, even while learning abilities for the new job. I'm trying to remember if Tactics has that or not, but it has a system like that where you have jobs, you have classes, and you pick a class to start, but at any time you can change classes and start leveling a different class and using different gear and stuff. But if you level up those classes and purchase passive skills that are associated with those classes, you can pick whatever passive skills that you've unlocked across any of the classes to have equipped at any time. So I've seen like some meta stuff where it's really good to do like the thief class or whatever first, because there's some really good stamina buff passives that you can get that carry you through all of your other classes in the rest of the game. So there's like some stuff like that. I picked the mage class because I always like playing mages in these kinds of RPGs. I just find the mage combat to be really boring. I'm doing the exact same thing every time.
I've read that mage is not great in this game.
And I don't really play the game in the way that Dragon's Dogma wants me to play it. I pick a character and the character has its lane, right? And then I would want to make a new character to try a different lane.
Which you cannot do.
Correct, which you cannot do because you only have one fucking save file.
Insane.
It is. There are some parts of this game that I respect, but I also understand are completely unhinged and anti-consumer. So like there's also that, but I let that go. That did not affect my decision to stop playing. Well, it wasn't even a decision to stop playing. It was just other stuff has come out that I'm more enamored with. But I have some great stories, but it got to the point where it's like, well, if I want to get more out of this, I have to engage the game where it's at and where it wants me to and in the way that it wants me to and not the way that I want to. And I don't feel up for that right now. And so I kind of fell off of it. But I was having a blast exploring. Like, I went like way out of the way into like a really difficult area because there was a cart that was going to take me to this new city. And so when you take the carts, there is a chance that things can go wrong during the fast travel of being on the cart, and something went very wrong. That's great. It's phenomenal. Something went very wrong in the middle of the night on a cart ride. So it was like pitch black, and there were these two giant furry like werewolf things that were I think they were trolls, were just massacring the entire guard party around the cart and all of the people riding in the cart. And me and my pawns are just like, I'm flinging spells, my pawns like jumping onto their backs and stabbing them with their daggers, shooting with arrows, and like trying to like gain aggro by banging on their shields, all the different pawns I have and stuff. And it was like this epic big fight on the side of a cliff at night in the pitch black. And I'm like lighting these things on fire and catching their fur on fire because it's the only way I can see anything. And also it does good damage. It's like, and the game looks great. It doesn't look incredible, but it looks really nice. Especially with all of the effects and stuff going on. It doesn't run all that well on my rig because I don't have like a really high-end rig. I have a 3060 and a 9700K i7 processor.
Numbers.
Yeah, that'll mean something to someone somewhere. They're the middle of the road in both.
That's why I bought a Steam Deck, is because those are just numbers.
Yes, I have middle of the road in both GPU and CPU. And I struggled a little bit with some of the areas in Dragon's Dogma 2, especially the main city, but it looks pretty nice. And so then the cart was destroyed because if you can defend the cart and then hop back in the cart and continue the ride. Sure. I unfortunately was unable to do so. So I looked at the map. I was like leagues farther than I had ever traveled in the game up to that point, away from anything else that I had like seen before. And I was like, well, I don't know how to get to this quest marker. So I'm just going to follow the road this way, the way the cart was going when it was still alive and here and part of this world. And I'm just going to take the left turn whenever, because that might get me where I'm going. And I ended up at this city at the edge of the map that's like, it seems like it's like the last bulwark against this like really bad horde of monsters on the other side of this mountain. Geez. And I'm like, I
not supposed to be here.
Yeah, I should not be here. But on the flip side, like all of the stuff there was really high level, so like I was able to get like really nice gear while I was there and everything too. I couldn't afford most of it, but I was able to get like a couple of really good pieces of gear. So like that's one fun story. And then I was able to take a cart from there back to where I was, and nothing bad happened during that cart ride. So it like the game, it's constantly throwing curveballs at you, and I think that's really fun. It's also very punishing, which makes those curveballs, like, it adds tension to the game. But I did not encounter a situation in which that was detrimental, but I could see that happening very easily and putting people off of it, and myself, frankly. If I were to like lose a bunch of progress because some bullshit thing, I would be pretty pissed. But yeah, and then other stuff came out, and I just kind of dropped it because I was like, I don't want to change classes because that would require a whole new set of gear, and I kind of don't want to just keep slinging these same 3 spells over and over again. So I think I'm kind of done for now, and I just haven't picked it back up. It's a weird one.
It's much like Helldivers 2, ironically. It's a game that's meant for, like, it creates those, like, water cooler...
Yeah.
Dude, you're not going to believe the crazy thing that happened to me out in the open world. Because what I have heard or seen from the game is the quests and whatnot are not interesting. Like, it's a lot of fetch questy stuff. But it's excuses to put you out into harm's way. And have crazy shit happen out in the open world.
Yes.
And I think that that's very fun. But without more of a through line that is... making you want to continue along, like, that does kind of run out.
Yeah, and like I was also somewhat invested in the story as far as fantasy stories go. They were telling it pretty well. I am interested to see where it goes. But yeah, it's like I just don't want to use those same 3 spells over and over again. So like I feel like I need to wait to play it again until A, I get a better graphics card, and B, I am in the mood to like try another class with my main character and switch over. Yeah. So I will probably play more Dragon's Dogma 2 at some point, because even just talking about it now, I'm like, man, that 80-minute boss fight against the Lich where all my pawns died in the first 5 minutes, and I fought it with my basic spell for like 75 more minutes and got a really good fucking robe from it that's carried me through the game so far. That was a cool sequence and like really harrowing, especially because I had to use the bathroom halfway through, so I had to hold it for like an hour. It's like I want to experience more moments where I can't use the bathroom, I guess is what I'm getting at. But yeah, that was Dragon's Dogma 2. I hope I play more at some point.
It seems like it's got a lot going for it.
It does.
While being very rough around the edges.
Yeah.
But you're totally the kind of person that's
that's my bailiwick.
Like you like that stuff despite the roughness.
Right. Or kind of because of the roughness in some ways.
That too.
I also tried Unicorn Overlord, which on Switch, because it's the only place you can play it. That was a mistake. I should have just downloaded the demo instead of buying it. But like, I got the cool new Switch thing that looks like a GameCube. I think I talked about this on the last episode. I got that cool thing. I wanted to play some games on it, and I was like, I'll try Unicorn Overlord. I don't like it. It's like, it's barely a video game. It because all of the battles are automatic, and like, you just watch the battles happen, and you can skip them. But then you're kind of missing some of the feedback on how to structure your like squadrons that you have control of or whatever. It's so I guess to kind of back it up a little bit, it is a fantasy RPG where there's kind of like an overworld, sectioned off overworld map, and there are units that move around it, a la Advanced Wars kind of, but it's not tile based. It's kind of free movement. And you're kind of moving your squadrons around, and you can set up the formation and like who's in it and their gear and all that other kind of stuff. But then when it comes to the actual fighting, it happens automatically. And that stuff triggers based on how you like who you have in what place and a part of what squadron and what gear they have. It all affects how the battles play out, but it's very boring to just watch those things happen because you don't control them. So it's kind of hard to get without being bored, it's hard to get good feedback on what you can do to improve.
Okay.
And I like the rock, paper, scissors of the different types of units against like being effective against others. I wasn't quite getting that very clearly. I was having a hard time picking that up. It just wasn't communicated to me very well. I thought, And the story was incredibly boring. Like really bottom of the barrel JRPG fantasy stuff. Like just the most trite BS. So I did not enjoy Unicorn Overlord. There are some sickos out there who really like it, but some strategy sickos. But I didn't find anything in there for me, unfortunately. So I put that one down harder than I put down Dragon's Dogma, because I will never go back to Unicorn Overlord. Sure. I will hopefully go back to Dragon's Dogma too.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I have a bummer of a game that I played. So I played some Stellar Blade. I did not buy Stellar Blade. I did play the demo. I played a lot of demos this past month because that was kind of like the mood that I was in. I'm very glad I played the demo because I know we talked about this in the last podcast of some like distaste for me personally. I don't want to speak for you, Kyle, just with like the TNA side of it. Like, look, I get it. It is what it is. There's a YouTuber that I like, the Act Man, which some folks probably heard of him. He can be problematic at times, but I find him to be like generally pretty centrist when it comes to video game stuff. Like, he has a huge distaste for like the far right ideologies and like the anti-DEI stuff and the people complaining about Sweet Baby Inc. Like, he's very anti those people. He also tends to be pretty anti like the woke crowd complaining about everything online, which I point being, I disagree with him at times, but I generally appreciate his takes because they're pretty measured. And he had a video that was specific to Stellar Blade, or I guess not specific to Stellar Blade, but relevant to Stellar Blade, which was really about just like the sexualization of characters in games and in larger media. Mm-hmm. And I found that it like really mirrored how I tend to think about it. And Stellar Blade became sort of a hot button for this because games like Stellar Blade, or I should say like characters like Eve in Stellar Blade, are becoming so much less common.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest problem, because he related Eve to like Bayonetta and Samus and characters like that, and that have a lot of sex appeal, and that the sex appeal is part of the character. I think Bayonetta is a great example. And one of the things that I think is tough is a character like Bayonetta, that like sexual vibe to her is inherent to her character.
Yeah, she's
a
owns
witch.
It.
She lives in this other type of universe. Like that's how she does the things that she does.
Right.
And it's done with like a confidence and sort of a tongue-in-cheekness to it. Like nothing about it's to be taken super seriously. And the reason that Stellar Blade didn't appeal to me, and it's even though it's like similar sexualizing this really hot, character, is like the character of Eve is nothing in this game. She's a blank nothing. She's unbelievable. All of the characters are so boring and vapid. The voice acting is terrible. It is extremely flat. And so that is part of it. Like when we talk about objectification, that's the line for me, is she, by the designers, because they've talked about it, she's created to be an object.
Right.
Like, she is literally just a really hot mannequin with jiggly features and super tight clothing. And that's really what was like unappealing to me about it. However, I wanted to give it a fair shake as a video game. It was a free demo.
A fair shake.
The combat, yeah, fair cake.
Fair cake.
The combat looked fun in a very like Devil May Cry sort of way.
Right.
So I wanted to check it out. I had fun with the combat. I think when you're fighting normal enemies, it's not what I personally tend to be attracted to from a combat perspective. I've seen a lot of people relate it to like Nier Automata, which I get when you're like out in the world just fighting enemies. I think it's pretty similar. It's very stylish. It does a lot of like parrying, dodging. It's really reliant on that. However, this game is far more in the Dark Souls Sekiro vein of enemy design, or like a Jedi Fallen Order enemy design, where most of the time you're fighting one, maybe two, extremely rarely three enemies at a time. It is more methodical in how you approach the combat, just with really over-the-top animations and special moves and things like that.
Okay.
So I was having fun with it in spite of that not really always being my type of game until I got to the boss at the end of the demo. And then I was like, oh, okay. It's one of those. Like, it's Sekiro. It's extremely difficult. They have these crazy difficulty spikes or like skill checks, whatever you want to call them when it comes to these bosses, where you're going to die over and over and over again until you figure it out. And that is like super what doesn't appeal to me. That's the FromSoft style of game design that it's just not my vibe at all. So once I got to that boss and knew that there was going to be dozens of that experience in the game, that was like, okay, I definitely am not going to spend money on this. And it wasn't even about the like weird super hot character that like makes me feel gross as a 36-year-old married dad, like ogling this robot android. She looks like she's 19. Like, it's just, the whole thing is just kind of gross,
right,
on top of everything else. But again, if it had been what I was looking for, I would have wanted to give it a legit shot. I think, like I said, the characters are super flat. There's like very little story, at least what I saw in the demo. I think the world is super boringly created. It is very, very much corridors in a way that Nier Automata is not. It also doesn't have the like wacky personality of Nier Automata. It also doesn't have the changing up the gameplay with like the bullet hell sort of stuff. Like, there are times in Nier Automata where you're like in a side scrolling level. Like, none of that is present in Stellar Blade. It's just much more straightforward and I think super boring in all capacity outside of the combat.
Sure.
That being said, for folks that are into the FromSoft stuff, that are into Sekiro, you will probably love this. It's been getting really good reviews on the back of its excellent combat. It's super well designed. I have no criticisms about the combat design. It's purely my taste is what wasn't appealing.
Yeah, and what I've heard is
my
like,
taste in
it's
multiple
very
ways.
Like Sekiro, it's very parry heavy.
Yes.
And that's a thing that I can never do in games. I'm terrible at parrying. So I have no reason to try this game.
I got in a good rhythm with the parrying during the demo, and then once you fight the boss, they introduce unparryable moves. So you also need to like do the perfect dodges, and that was like one step too far for me on things to manage, because you also have like your special attacks and your height and levy, your light and heavy, your combos. Like, there's just a lot going on. I'm very much in the Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, like those are the types of combat systems that I enjoy, where I get to play. It doesn't feel like I have to get it perfect. I have a lot of tools at my disposal to have fun and engage with a bunch of enemies at one time and feel powerful in that way, and crowd control. That's what I enjoy. The like one-on-one, take your time, enemies die in 2 to 3 hits and so do you. It's just not my type of game. So I'm glad it exists for folks that continue to really love, those people are eating, bro. Like, those people are eating. Like, there are tons of games that fit into that style. So I'm glad that this is another really well executed one. I'm excited to see what continues to come from the studio. Shift Up, I think, is their studio. They're like a former mobile developer. This is their first big console game. So, which
is impressive. Like,
amazing debut, no doubt. Yeah. I hope maybe they have some better taste in their next game. But I kind of had a revelation as I was thinking about a lot of the stuff of like this type of thing. While it bothers me, there's so much fucking wrong with the world and society. Yeah. Like, this is so far a really hot, skin tight video game character, so far down the list of problems that we've got. Like, it was just kind of those like, ugh, like I don't have the energy to argue with anybody about it. Like, if somebody's going to if someone's going to defend this and be like, it's actually good that there are women like this in games, I'm like, okay, man, you do you. You're wrong, but I'm not going to argue with you about it. Just, who cares? Yeah. I would rather focus my energies elsewhere.
For sure.
That's growth. That's growth for me.
I believe, I think this developer is Korean.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like that's cool, because you don't see a lot of games at this level being made in Korea. It is a lot of mobile like level titles and like online games and stuff like that. So to see something of this genre come out of Korea, I think is pretty cool too.
Yeah, I agree. Another Eastern RPG-esque game. I think we can put a bow on our Final Fantasy VII Rebirth conversation.
Yes.
We talked about this on the last podcast. Knowing how big of a game it was, we were both pretty tepid on it. I haven't played it in over a month.
Yeah, me neither. I keep
telling myself to not give up.
I have one bullet point for this game, for the podcast.
Go ahead.
Fucking Kingdom Hearts bullshit.
So it's probably Connor's game of the year, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Connor, talk about eating. Connor's feasting.
Write us in how much you love Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
That's
funny.
funny.
Since the last time we talked about it, I played once or twice after the last podcast, so it's been a minute. But I did grind out a bunch of the open world stuff in that first area. I got like 80% completion. I did a huge variety of the side quests and little side activities, the combat stuff, the find treasure chest bullshit.
Right.
And after hitting that like 80% mark, I was like, okay, I have to move on. I hate this. I have to move on to story beats and get back into the more narrative heavy stuff, more of the linear stuff, and see if that picks it back up for me. Even though I wasn't really enjoying the combat, maybe the story and the characters will keep me going. And that was the most I had played that day. So I was going to come back to it the next time and just move on to the story. And that was the last time I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah.
So I haven't gone back to try to the story stuff. And that's why I keep holding on to it. Like I'm not... I have my dude Skill Up, my YouTuber that I love. He's got like a super spoiler heavy hour-long review. I love his long-form reviews. He's amazing at his writing. And like I haven't watched it because I don't want to spoil it. Because I keep holding on to the idea that I'm going to get back to it and it's going to click once I get back to the story stuff. But I continue to not play it. So I don't know, man. I think it's a game that it's going to sit for like 3 more months and then I'll give up on it, which is really a huge bummer for me. But it's not fun, dude.
It's not.
It just isn't.
It's not.
The open world stuff it's bad. It was a bad decision, and I'm beyond myself that more people haven't come after them about it. And it's like everybody has agreed that the open world is a negative, but everything I've seen is like, but everything else more than makes up for it. The wackiness
but there's
of the
just
story,
not that much else.
But exactly, like the open world stuff is the most of the game. You spend so much time out in the wild doing that stuff, and it's so tedious.
Yeah.
You know, different strokes.
If
whatever.
if I were to go back to it, which I really don't think I will, 99% certain, I would bump it down to easy and change it to be the scaling difficulty so that I wouldn't feel like I had to do all the side stuff to be the appropriate level.
That is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because then you could just skip way more of the open world stuff if you bump it to easy. But honestly, at this point, because it's been over a month since I played it, I feel like I would be even more overwhelmed by the combat than I was when I was playing. And I was already overwhelmed.
Yeah, but like on easy, I don't think you'd have to even think about any of that stuff.
But I know some of the bosses have the like skill check stuff by like using the synergistic moves, whatever those were called.
Yeah,
I think you have to use I think you have to use a lot of those in a lot of the boss fights in order to actually do damage and stagger enemies. That was one of the things that I was like, ugh.
Yeah, there was one boss that was like that. But again, like on easy, you have enough time to think about and like go through the menus and stuff and get that stuff done and just get it over with. I feel like it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. But yeah, like that's not fucking fun. Like I don't want to fucking do that.
Right.
And knowing, because the reason I say Kingdom Hearts bullshit is because I've heard sentiments about where the story goes, and it just sounds like how they ruined the Kingdom Hearts story. Like they had a good, like relatively simple concept, and it was more about the relationships between the characters in the first one. And then they made the Game Boy Advance game and like went way down a rabbit hole. And then the second one was like all up its own ass with like all these different types, like nobodies and Organization 13 bullshit. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 went even further down the shithole. And
Oof,
it just
game.
sounds like that's what they're doing with this story. And it's like, I'm all for remaking a game in a way that can surprise fans.
Sure.
But don't give it to the guy who everyone fucking agrees ruined the Kingdom Hearts franchise because he's bad at telling stories because he just does the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Why give it to that guy?
Everything's happening and nothing's happening.
Yeah, because it's a dream, but it's not a dream because it's someone's soul in their heart. It's an alternate reality dream.
That's deep, man.
It's not. It's about as surface as you can get while masturbating, like looking at your own picture. Anyway,
are we back on Stellar Blade?
Yeah. Anyways, I have feelings about that game. So we should probably leave it alone.
Yes, we can move on.
Yeah.
So while I was waiting for my Steam Deck, I was sort of in like purgatory with games where I didn't really have a big game I was playing, but I was kind of afraid to start something else because I knew the Steam Deck was going to take up a lot of my time. So I decided to go back and let me just pick up something nostalgic that can just be a background game for the next couple of months. And so I think it was like late last year I had replayed Final Fantasy X because a couple of years ago during COVID I replayed like every game that I love over like the last decade, including I played through Final Fantasy 10, 10-2, 12, and 13, all back to back. And it was amazing. It was like a year and a half of just playing those games. And so I beat Final Fantasy 10 several months ago and just hadn't gone back to Final Fantasy 10-2. I said, yeah, this is the perfect time. Just boot that up and start it. And I played for a couple of hours and I got to the point where you go back to Luca, which is sort of a flashback sequence where you're handing out balloons to promote the fake Yuna singing, which is what happens at the beginning of the game.
Right.
And I'm like handing out balloons, wearing a Moogle costume, and just like the cringe dialogue. And I just kind of like had this crystallizing moment of like, no.
Yeah, it's bad.
I don't want to do this. Because I really, truly do enjoy the dress spheres. I think it's a fun combat system. I like the wackiness in that game generally. It crosses the cringe barrier very frequently.
It does.
But I like it in spite of that. But maybe it's just the fact that I just replayed it a couple of years ago. The shine wasn't there for it anymore. Like for the kookiness. Because I just wasn't into it. And so I put that down. And instead picked up Knights of the Old Republic.
Hell yeah.
I was very excited to play. I haven't played that game. I did try to play it on PC 8 years ago. And just had a really bad time trying to use mouse and keyboard playing that game because that's not my vibe. And I made it like an hour in and just never went back to it. So I was legit excited to play some KOTOR, especially in anticipation of the remake hopefully still happening over the next couple of years. And I was super into it. I played for a good 2.5 hours. I was in the big city center. I was infiltrating into like the lower levels.
Right.
And I put on the Sith armor to trick the Sith guard to let me through. I ended up fighting some dudes with the Sith armor on. I died. I respawned like inside I'm going to call it the rat way, inside that like lower level. And I wasn't wearing the Sith armor anymore, which was weird. And I went in my inventory and it wasn't there. It like had transformed into a different type of armor, like the regular guild armor or whatever it was. And I was like, oh, that's odd. But I kept going. I killed the guys that had killed me last time. I went and did some story stuff. And then I was like, oh, okay, here's a side mission. I need to go buy this mine for this guy so we can blow some shit up so we can get out of the bounty that's on his head. So I had to leave the underground place, go back past the Sith guard to buy it. Did that, went back to the Sith guard, and was like, oh, wait. Oh, I don't have my Sith armor anymore that I had to wear to trick him. But the game knows that because I didn't have the Sith armor anymore when I went downstairs. So once I tricked him, I'm sure now it's fine for me to go back in there, right? Tried to go past him and he's like, no, hey, you're not allowed to go down there. So I couldn't get by him because I needed to put the Sith armor back on. But I didn't have it because it glitched out and turned into different armor. So I couldn't progress in the game anymore. So that was the end of that. Because I didn't want to restart the game and play 2.5 hours of the intro of this game, which is very tedious and boring.
Yes.
So I will eventually, maybe in the next month, I will do that. Kelly already offered. She's like, because I went and told her, and she was so like, I love my wife so much. She was so heartbroken for me because I had been complaining about not having a game, and was like, dude, Knights of the Republic, that's perfect. I would love to replay that right now. I've been reading all these Star Wars books. Like, I would love to get back into that universe in the video game. She knew I was all hyped up about it. I had started it. I came and told her the story, and she was so sad for me, and it made me feel very loved. But I was like, dude, I'm not going to go replay that. And she's like, Shea, a night that you and I are hanging out, just play it. I'll sit in the room with you. I'll play a game on my phone or read. And that way, like, you and I are hanging out and you're not just committing to spending your whole night doing this thing you don't want to do again. And I was like, that's so nice of you. So I will replay the opening hours of that fucking game again because I want to play it. I was really excited for it. I was playing a rogue. I was going to do, 2 lightsabers. I was so hyped about it. And it was such a bummer when I realized I spent like 45 minutes Googling other ways to fix it, Reddit threads. This was a bug that was at launch. It wasn't super common because it's like it only happens if you're wearing it and you die to that first set of enemies in that area. That's the only way the bug happens. But it happens every time that happens.
Right.
It's a 100% failure rate for that bug.
Yeah.
And it's a game breaking. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You cannot progress the story any longer.
I'm looking at it now.
And they never fixed it.
Yeah, no, they never did. I'm looking at it now, and it looks like there is a second way to get Sith armor.
No, you have an option to get the Sith armor.
Okay.
Either you flirt with this girl, she invites you to a party, everybody gets wasted, they pass out, you steal the armor. It's very funny because it like fades to black, fades back up, and everyone's just on the floor. You can't interact with them because they're all drunk out of their minds.
So it sounds like it might be an autosave issue.
It is.
Like loading.
Yes.
Okay, loading the autosave.
Yes, because there's only one autosave, and I did not have a manual save.
Right.
Earlier enough to make it work.
Yeah, it's hard to get back it's hard to get back in the old rhythm of hard saving all the time.
Yes.
We've been spoiled.
Because if you don't flirt with that girl and go to the party and you just discover the party, because it's like a Sith armory party, if you discover the party without having talked to her, you just kill everybody and then steal the armor. But there's only one set. And you just get it from either way.
Right.
One thing I did not remember is how D&D that game is.
Yes. Yeah.
And the reason I don't remember it and still love it compared to something like Baldur's Gate 3 is that all of the D&D happens in the background.
Right.
All of the dice rolls are not surfaced to you.
Right.
That's so much better.
It is.
Like, look, I get it. But they made literally a Dungeons.
It is actually Dungeons and Dragons.
I just mean, like, I would have enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3 so much more if I could have hid the actual dice roll stuff.
Sure.
So anyway, that was my super fun experience playing Final Fantasy X-2 and Knights of the Old Republic. It was I think it was 3 solo nights in a row that I played 10-2, played 10-2 again, and then decided to quit, played Knights of the Old Republic, and then got a game-breaking bug. It was like an entire week of my solo time spent on that shit. So I think I ended up playing Helldivers 2 all 3 of those nights for a little bit to like get me back on track.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's my retro gaming experience. Yeah. I know you've also been getting a little nostalgic with some Star Wars stuff. I played a
Star Wars video game. So because the Battlefront Classic Collection was shit, my buddy and I decided to check in, go see, hey, how is that EA Battlefront 2 doing these days? And we played one online match, and it was fine. It was totally fine. It was kind of neat and cool. We didn't play any more, though. I played the campaign. And that campaign is also fine. It's just like a tutorial for the multiplayer, but
I hated it, man.
It's fine. Like,
no, the story is terrible. It's stupid, and just the way they shoehorn in the hero characters for like the random one-off missions.
Yeah,
it's garbage.
I mean,
I was so bummed because I was super excited
it
for it. Yes, I didn't have high expectations, but I had high hopes because they brought in that chick that actress that I find kind of annoying in real life.
Yeah,
but she's fun. She's good.
Yeah,
she's like she's got a good it factor, and so I was like excited about you're working for the Empire, and she's gonna end up with the rebels in some capacity because that's how these stories always go.
Right.
But like I was interested in what they were trying to go for, and there was just very little ambition in the story mode of that game.
Yeah. I had fun with it because the game is fun to play.
Totally.
Like it as a shooter, it's pretty cool.
The shooting's good.
And it still looks really nice. But I'm not gonna play any more of it, but like it makes me really want a single player first person shooter Star Wars game. Just like the one that just got canceled at Respawn, which is super cool and fun. So that was my time with Battlefront 2. Moving on to something maybe a little more recent and relevant. So very recently, a game called No Rest for the Wicked released in early access on PC. It is made by the Ori and the Blind Forest folks. And is a completely different kind of game. It is sort of an isometric-y third-person action RPG that takes a little bit of DNA from Souls, a little bit from Diablo, and kind of mixes them into its own thing. It's been like a couple of sizzle reels and presentations and stuff. They've had a couple trailers out. But it's gorgeous. I cannot think of another game that looks like this. Everything looks very like oil painting, hand painted.
Yeah.
It looks stunning. It looks really, really good. Part of that is because it's so pulled out. The camera is, but like just the environments everything is animated incredibly well, even with that strange look that they're going for, the strange aesthetic. The game looks incredible. Sound design is really great. Enemy design is terrific. There are, in terms of how it plays, it supports a few different play styles, but it is just a character action game a la a Souls game where it's usually 1 or 2 enemies at a time, sometimes 3, maybe like if you're really unlucky and like aggro a bunch, it might be 4 or 5. In that case, you're probably going to die. But it's got dodges with iframes. It has a weight class system, so depending on how much stuff you have equipped, you have a different type of roll. You can fat roll. It has a robust parry system. If you want to engage with that, obviously I don't because I can't do that. But in very, very like a Souls game, there are a lot of weapons, and every weapon is very different in how you should play it, and how it encourages a play style. I ended up being kind of gravitating towards the single dagger, which has like a little bit of a wind up for its first attack, and then you can get a couple good slashes in. It also has a pretty quick attack after a dodge roll, and it's because I play more of a fast roll, agile, low weight class build. I can roll around enemies, and it has a backstab like a Souls game does.
Oh, cool.
So you get the visceral backstabs. It doesn't do a bunch of damage. Not every enemy can be backstabbed, but a lot of the smaller ones can. I find that to be a really satisfying and fun mechanic. It's very punishing. It's one of those when you take damage, you take a lot of fucking damage. But so do the enemies. It also has, when I say it has some Diablo to it, it's partly because of how pulled back the camera is, but also it has, gear with gear score. You're getting incremental loot kind of thing, with random enchantments that you can infuse with gems and do all that kind of stuff. So it has those Diablo-like loot systems and gear systems at play. And I think that mix is pretty neat. It's also like there's also crafting. So you don't heal automatically over time. There are no Estus flasks like a Souls game would have. You eat food to regain your health. You use your consumables, and you can cook food at campfires. You get mats that drop from enemies. You're also like foraging for stuff as you go through the environments. There's also this mechanic in the once you make it to the main city, you can like buy a house and decorate the house and add storage boxes and crafting stations and all that other stuff, and you can gather resources while you're out in the world. So it has all of those elements thrown in it too. So it has a lot of systems to engage with, and
how does the house stuff actually impact the rest of the gameplay?
So you want to be crafting stuff a lot, because you can craft, like if you find the right recipes or whatever, you can craft gear that is potentially better than your gear. Also, you want a lot of storage because you're getting a lot of stuff. Like there are a bunch of different types of gems to slot into and infuse your gear with. There are a bunch of different upgrade mats for the gear. Like, so gear takes mats to craft, but then also you can upgrade it through different tiers. And one thing I do like about it is it seems like, because it's still it's early access, so there's only the first chapter of story and then some random gen dungeon stuff you can do that's like super hard that I'll talk about in a bit. But the one thing I really like about it is you can upgrade your gear through the tiers. So if you really like a thing that you have, it never really gets out leveled. It's just kind of about how it distributes the points. And there's a little bit of like you'll find two of the same item and they'll have slightly different stats, but they're all kind of within a pretty tight range. So like the incremental loot thing, it's there, but it's not like ultra critical. But if you want to min-max it, you can. And that's where some of the crafting comes in. But a lot of it comes down to storage. It would be an important thing for the house. Also, like certain things you put in the house, like furniture or like beds or whatever, can give you rested bonuses and stuff like that. Like increase your XP gain or let you gain health back by resting in them instead of having to use your consumables, stuff like that. They also do a thing with fast travel, which I find interesting. So there are these fast travel points throughout the world, and at any time you can fast travel back to the main city, but you can only fast travel back out to the one you left from.
Okay.
Which is, I found to be interesting. In the world, like it also has really good like cyclical level design. So like going through an area, unlocking shortcuts, so then you can proceed through it faster the next time. And so the levels are very dense, like a Souls level design is, and I mean that as a compliment, because I think Souls level design is really good and satisfying in that way. And this gives you the same sense of satisfaction and exploration. I think it's really good about that. Like Souls, however, it suffers from some of its platforming. I find a lot of, because of how good the game looks, there are a lot of elements. The camera's usually pretty good about making elements that would be layered in front of your character, like between your character and you, making them invisible, de-rendering them. It's usually pretty good about that, but sometimes it like has trouble keeping up if you're moving quickly through an area, or like certain weird angles as you're platforming that make platforming really hard sometimes. And so like there's a little bit of fine-tuning that needs to happen there, because there's a lot of fall damage and you do a lot of falling and dying because of that, and that's not a fun way to die. Right. Because there's like durability on your tools and armor, and when you die, the punishment is you lose some durability and have to like go back to the town and get it repaired, otherwise it'll break and you can't use it until you repair it. So it's got like that stuff in it too. It's a lot of mechanics and things to keep track of. It's a very dense experience, but I found it to be really rewarding, and I enjoyed the time that I spent with it. I put about 12 hours into it, and I had done all of the story stuff, but at the end of that, you unlock the ability to go into these randomly generated dungeons, and those are so hard. Like all of the enemies, I mean, there were enemies I'd never encountered before, and there are a lot of enemies just that you encounter in the first chapter, a lot of variants of enemies, and they all have very different move sets and stuff. I was pretty impressed with that. And And then you get into these random gen dungeons, and there are like special armored dudes and variants that have all new movesets and like are really fucking you up. For example, there's one dude who has these 2 knives, and he's like kind of like a witch doctor looking guy, and I could usually kill him in like 4 hits with my dagger. I went into the random gen dungeon and I fought one of those dudes. It was like 9 or 10 hits. Like,
jeez.
and he was fucking destroying me. And I think that comes back to, in order to engage with that system, the game is expecting you to bring all of its mechanics and systems together and engage in all of the material gathering, farming stuff for currency, for upgrades, and like getting everything upgraded as high as you can into the highest tiers you can before doing that. And it's like, that's just not that rewarding for me. It's not what I'm looking for from this experience.
Yeah,
because I think
the gear grind is not
because like
what you're about.
Like, there's a story that is engaging and cool, and I'm into it, especially because of the visuals. It's all animated really well. The voice acting is really good. And it's like going some interesting places. And just the world itself is very fascinating. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. I just don't really care about the random dungeon stuff. That's like super hard. It also
does it still, like, when you're in those dungeons, are you still, when you're dying, you're losing the durability, like
that? I don't
creating an even more difficult loop.
That okay. I don't know. I didn't. I went in there once and I made it to the 4th floor of the dungeon. I don't know how many there are, but I've got fucking fucked by a big group of big dudes. It was bad, and I had like I brought a bunch of health items and food in and like bombs to throw and stuff. I had used everything by that 4th level, and I was hoping it'd be like a boss that I could see. The boss is probably at the fucking 5th level or something. I was probably like right there, but I got totally wrecked. So I did not look to see if I lost durability when I died. I would guess not, because it seems like that's kind of the setup for those, is you go in and try until you succeed, whereas the rest of the game, okay, I guess another important thing is there are some weird real-time elements to the game as well. The enemies don't respawn, so when you die, you don't, like in a Souls game, you don't have to fight those same sets of enemies over and over again. Like, you don't have to do a corpse run, you don't drop anything, you're not like if you go through an area and you kill 3/4 of the enemies and die, when you respawn, you can kind of run through that area and get back to the point where you lost progress and keep going from there. So, like, I like that. I heard some people kind of on the internet complaining about it because it's like, you're just running through an empty area. Well, yes and no, because, I mean, then you get the time and space to, like, really ferret out all of the secrets in the area and find all the chests to open and stuff. So I don't think it's much of a problem. But there's like a real time or real world timer that it doesn't show you that will eventually respawn enemies. Which it's like, it's kind of a weird thing. And then in the main city, there's a dude who gives you bounties and challenges, and those reset every real day.
I see.
It's sort of like, this isn't the kind of game I would want to come and do dailies in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, tonally,
I mean, they're clearly
weird.
going for with the dungeon stuff, they're clearly going for, like, the end game repeatable kind of thing. So I guess that makes sense to have, like, daily challenges and stuff.
I guess. It's just weird. I was grateful for it because it was a good excuse to go back to areas I'd already been to, farm some more materials, get some currency, and maybe get some recipes and new gear as rewards for doing the bounties and stuff. So, like, I wasn't like...
Yeah, well, there you go.
It all feeds back into its own system.
If it's an add-on, like, you're having to go back to those things anyway, that would be really tedious if you're just going to get there to get some mats. But, like, if you can do an extra bounty on top of that and get an extra reward, I think it's actually a smart system.
It is a net positive. It was just weird that it's like, it's a daily. It's like...
right.
There's a weird gamification in a game that otherwise seems kind of precious about its setting.
Like, even if they had made it like an in-game bounty that you have, like, you can choose from a selection of, that way, like, oh, I need to go back to this specific area, let me pick up a bounty for that area, so I'm getting, versus it being, make sure you log in every day to do your daily.
Well, no, it is.
That makes it feel a little weird.
You do pick from a list, but it's like the same list every day. And maybe that's an early access thing.
Huh. Okay.
But it's the same list every day, and you can only have one active at a time. And so like you have to like select one, go do it, come back, select another one, go do it, come back. It's kind of the same thing every time.
Yeah, that's kind of tedious.
Yeah. So it is an early access game, and so I feel like that's probably the foundation of a system that they're obviously going to expand upon, which is probably a net positive. It's a thing that I feel like they should have couched it a little more in the setting, like, because it's just like an officer who stands next to a staircase in the city that gives you these things, and it feels like the kind of thing that like you should go to the guard station or whatever, and it should be like they should have them
make
posted
it feel a little
up
more
on the wall
in universe.
Yeah, make it feel in universe instead of this game
less video gamey.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it is, yeah, like you pointed out, it feeds back into its own systems in a smart way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I came away from it really
positive.
Yeah, I came away from it really positive. I liked it a lot. I was just like, oh, that's all? That's all that's in there right now? Shit. Because it's like 12 hours. I was like, damn it, I would want to play more of this. So I was...
Right. But you're not going to do the dungeony stuff.
No, that stuff doesn't interest me. I know, like, you can get really good gear from it and stuff, but, like, because I was engaging in all of the systems all the way through, I banged my head against the second boss because I wasn't doing that. I was just trying to, like, progress, and then I came back to the second boss the second time, and after I'd done all my upgrades, and I fucking trounced his ass. And then I first tried the third boss, and there are three. So there's one boss, and you get to the city, and there's a second boss that you fight twice, and then a third boss, and that's the end of what is in there right now.
Okay. So
yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's giving me a lot of the same satisfaction that I get from Souls games, and I really like looking at it because there are no other games that look like it.
Sure.
So yeah, that's no rest for the wicked.
Let me chat about Diablo IV really quick.
Yeah.
Because I think it ties in pretty well to that style of game. Yeah, so I picked up Diablo 4 immediately. Like, I was really excited for it to come to Game Pass. I had played the beta, whenever it was, shortly before it came out. And it was a pretty hefty, it was like 4 to 6 hours of the game. And I was really into the story that was being set up and, like, the world. And I thought the game looked... Like, the art direction was so cool.
It is very
and so
pretty. Yeah.
specific, and, like, the animations and just the level of detail in the world for how pulled out it was, I thought was really impressive. The gameplay, like, the combat, I found to be just, like, not engaging enough. And my hope was that in the real game, once I got farther and unlocked more of the powers and just had more options, that I'd be into it a little bit more. And I wasn't. I probably got more like 6 to 8 hours. I did a handful of additional side quests. I did one more story mission than I had done in the beta, and just came up against the same wall where I really wanted to continue for the story, but like it's just kind of boring. It's kind of a boring game. And I know you can bump up the world tiers, but that wouldn't solve the problem to me.
Right.
Like, enemies doing more damage isn't the issue. To me, the issue is just like you're just holding a button and occasionally pressing other buttons as you run in a circle around enemies.
Yeah.
And that's just like, I don't know. It's
not that fun, man.
And like it doesn't make sense for the type of game that it is, because to me it feels like a game that's best played with friends, where it's kind of mindless, you're hanging out, you're killing a bunch of things, and that is satisfying. But that experience does not match well with the super dark tone and really immersive, gory story that you want to follow. So it's like, because like I tried a picture of like, not that you would, Kyle, but like if I could convince Kyle to play through this whole game with me, would that make it better? And no, it wouldn't, because I'd want to pay attention to the story. But then when we're out in the world, I'm not paying attention to anything that I'm doing. It just feels dichotomous in a way that doesn't gel.
Yeah, it is.
And that, like, people love Diablo. I have never played another Diablo game with any significant amount of time. I did get the Diablo 2 remaster, I think it was Diablo 2.
Yes, they did.
Maybe like a
Remastered
year
2.
ago, it was on sale and I picked it up. So like maybe I'll check that out because I know people like that
really
game more,
like Diablo 2. I played a
but
lot
like,
of
isn't
Diablo 2.
it the same kind of game though? Like, isn't the experience of playing it the same?
It is, but it's also it's not trying so hard in the other areas like 4 is. It kind of knows what experience it is, and it isn't like it isn't throwing all that other stuff at you. It just like it. I think it's also it's a little bit simpler and more easy to parse what's going on in combat and like what you should be using at what times and stuff like that. I just think it's a little more clear of a game design because it's a little simpler.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
It is at its core. It is about numbers go up.
Sure.
And I think it's more of a pure version of that without the bells and whistles that kind of get in the way in 4.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was very disappointed that it didn't grab me more. Yeah, it was kind of a bummer. I wish that it had, but this was the game that I played before I went back to Final Fantasy X-2 and KOTOR that like I thought was going to be my big game for right now, and then I just bounced hard, and it's left me in a lurch of like I don't have anything to play. I don't know what I'm doing with my life right now when it comes to video games. So I got to find that next thing, and I don't know what the fuck it's going to be because the release schedule is looking sparse.
It is. Yeah, this is a year of the backlog.
Yeah, which is fine, but I need to be smarter. I need to actually like spend some time organizing my backlog and like buying some old games that I just never got around to and using and committing to that. Because what happens is I just don't commit to anything, and so I just kind of like flounder around and play a couple hours here or there. And then just play Helldivers.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, the problem is we've gotten in this groove of, because we've had so many, we've been spoiled for choice over the past few years, we've gotten in this groove of, if something doesn't immediately click with me, I'm going to move on to the next thing.
Yeah, because there's so much.
Yeah, and that's not going to fly this year. And so I am interested to see how Game of the Year shakes out, because I am forcing myself to spend a little more time with games that otherwise I would drop. Clearly not Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but like, you know, the next one I'm going to talk about certainly kind of fits that bit. Like
the smaller tier games needs to be the type of thing. Like I'm looking at the release schedule. There are literally 0 AAA games I intend to play the rest of this year that are announced with dates. Oof. 0. The only one that's on the fence is Star Wars Outlaws. Everything I see about that game gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, as of right now, I am not buying that game.
Interesting.
And that's it.
So, I mean, Avowed is still supposed to be this year.
I'm talking games with actual release dates. So, yes, there are tons of games that theoretically are supposed to come out this year that I would want to play. But, that's it, dude. Because, like, Black Myth Wukong, no thanks. Stalker 2, not my vibe.
Would you play Space Marine 2?
If we could play co-op, I guess.
We should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would do that.
Okay. I've been looking forward to that.
Elden Ring DLC.
Yeah, I gotta wait for that co-op patch, or the patch for the co-op mod, before I play that.
Anyway, conversation for a different day. We
got
a lot of other games to talk about.
Yeah, we're 2 hours into the podcast now. Gosh, where were we? Holy God. Sorry, I have to scroll really far on this document. Yeah, okay, so I buried the lead a little bit. So, Harold Halibut. I played and beat Harold Halibut on Game Pass, on PC Game Pass. It took me 7 hours, which was right in line with how long to beat that it displayed in the app, which is cool because it was right on. Speaking of another game that no other games look like, Harold Halibut. So it's, for people who don't know, it is a side-scrolling, most of the time, a side-scrolling adventure game. A 2.5D, like it's a fixed camera. The camera, or not fixed, but the camera moves for you. You don't have any control. You're moving through a 3D space, but with a fixed camera. And it's animated as if it were stop motion animation, to the point where, like, the character models, like, you can kind of see, like, the finger impressions and fingerprints and stuff of where people had molded the characters. Like, they go to that level of detail. All of the fabric. It's like watching an old Gumby cartoon or like Wallace and Gromit. It's very good at evoking that. And all of the areas that you go into really do feel like miniature dioramas of areas made out of, like, found materials kind of a thing. It's a really cool looking game. It has some problems, though. First and foremost, the speed at which Harold moves through the world is incredibly slow. Painfully slow, and you do a lot of retreading the same ground over and over again. The game takes place on another planet, and you're in a crashed spaceship. So basically, the backstory is some bad stuff was going down on Earth, and they thought life was going to be wiped out on Earth. So a subset of the population hopped aboard a large satellite-like spaceship and went off on a journey to try and find a new planet to inhabit. Due to some solar flares, they crash-landed on an entirely water planet, and so most of the game takes place inside of this spaceship under, like, on the seafloor, basically, of this alien planet. And generations of humans have lived on this spaceship, and so they kind of have their own society and way things run. It's all a very, like, corporate bureaucracy run. There's a corporation called the All Water Corporation who controls everything, including transportation between sections of the place that you inhabit. And you are Harold Halibut, who is the assistant to one of the lead scientists studying the plant life and fauna and flora of this alien underwater planet. And poor Harold is just kind of a sad sap. He is always making mistakes and always messing things up. My man just has ADHD. Let's be real. He has undiagnosed ADHD. So, like, he's constantly late to things and like screwing up tasks, and he has a girlfriend who broke up with him, but he still has to interact with every now and then because it's kind of a small community, and so it's, like, awkward there. People are always, like, dogging on him for stuff, and I like Harold. It's hard not to like Harold. And nobody else likes Harold.
And that makes you like him even more.
Yes, but also it infuriates you because, like, it's like, stop being mean for no fucking reason. Like, this casual cruelty just doesn't fly. It's like, it's the fifth Harry Potter book all over again. It's just, like, making me so mad on behalf of this character. So the movement speed is a problem. And I think a lot of the writing and performances are a little bit stilted. It's very Eastern European. Most of the characters, like, have British accents, and certainly a lot of the setting is British. But I think it's, I want to say it's like a Swedish developer. Don't hold me to that. But I was having a hard time getting drawn in because of that, and I was finding myself trying to, like, read the dialogue and skip past it as much as possible, and you can do that sometimes, but other times it kind of breaks things because, like, the animations have to speed up and play out, and one time I tried that and the whole game just broke. It was because there was a sequence where I was supposed to jog across this thing and follow these other guys, and so I sped up their dialogue, and I, like, left the situation and went to talk to another person, but then apparently that dialogue tree was still going, and so, like, these were happening at the same time, and a pop-up came up where I was supposed to, like, choose a reply, and it didn't work anymore because it thought I was still part of the other conversation, so I had to restart. That happened once. It wasn't an issue at all for the rest of the game, but it did happen once. So I was having a hard time with it, and I wasn't sure if I was going to finish it. And then I decided to muscle through because I like Harold. I really like the look. The world is interesting, and I wanted to see more set pieces. And also the musical score is like really weird and eclectic, and I was kind of interested to see what else they would do with that. And I'm glad I stuck with it because the last 2 hours of it really, like the first hour and a half I really liked, and the last 2 hours I really liked. That's half of the time I spent with the game. So it's a hard sell in terms of a recommendation, but I do
that was going to be my question is like, is it worth it?
I do really think, because Harold develops a friendship with another character, and I found that to be really nice in like a classic 60s 70s BBC television show, like something about that era of British television, like friendships being super wholesome. I'm thinking like HR Puffin stuff, like that. Like there's some magic there that I really appreciated, and that allowed me to kind of push through to the end and kind of see things through, and I'm glad I did, because the ending was really nice. It was kind of bittersweet, but I'm glad I beat it and saw it through. It is a hard recommendation because the middle is a slog.
I will definitely at least check it out. Like knowing that it gets kind of hard to push through will make me have less patience for it once it gets to that point, which is actually a blessing to me. Because I won't try to muscle through it like you did, but I want to see it in action, and maybe it'll grab me even more.
It looks really cool, like the way fabric moves in stop motion animation. They nail it, man. They get it just right. I was really impressed with that aspect of it. And the story is just really weird. It's like Mighty Boosh weird. It's cool. Harold Halibut is cool, has some problems.
The Rock Paper Shotgun review is titled, Harold Halibut is very hard to enjoy when everyone's so openly passive-aggressive toward you.
Yeah, right? For sure.
And just to close the loop, developer is Slow Bros, and they are German.
German, okay, yes, all right. Because there's like some 70s rock in there, and I guess, now that you mention it, it is definitely German that they're singing.
Well, that's cool. I'm very glad that you checked it out and can kind of guide me, because I'd been looking forward to it because of the visual style. But yeah, it seemed like a game that I probably would not be able to get all the way through. And so I'm glad to hear. Well, not glad, but like I appreciate hearing that might be the case. Then I'm less likely to punish myself, based on what I'm trying to say.
Sure. Yeah, I just think if you're going to go into it, like, know that about it and be in the frame of mind to, like, let
accept
the game,
and
like, meet it at its own pace.
Totally, yeah. A game that moves at a much faster pace is Warhammer 40k Boltgun.
It sure does.
So again, man, just trying to find shit to play, bro.
Yeah.
This game, I did have a very, very good time with it. I probably made it halfway through, maybe a little bit more. It was like 6, 7, 8 hours maybe. In going by how long to beat, I think it's a little over halfway through the game. And I didn't stop playing because I wasn't having fun. It was just like I've seen enough. I know what this is doing. What it's doing is super cool and fun. I don't need to see more of it. I got a bunch of different weapons, killed a shit ton of a huge variety of enemies, a surprising variety of enemies in the game. It's a really good one of those.
Yeah.
Is the note that I wrote down. It's a boomer shooter in every sense of the word. The bolt gun feels very nice to shoot. All of the guns, like the guns, feel really, really meaty and good. The taunting is awesome. It's a great way to like enter one of the big combat arenas and just like taunt as a bunch of dudes are bum rushing you.
Right.
I think the biggest difficulty that I had with it were like the big kill rooms, and there's usually like a kill room on each level.
Yeah.
And those like to me at least, was a huge difficulty spike. Because the game's pretty easy playing on normal difficulty.
Yeah, just
most
like
of the
going
time.
through the levels.
Yeah. I mean, it's all very corridor. It's very maze-like, where sometimes you can choose which direction you want to go to progress. But I was trying to find secrets and get all the things. And so I was exploring every nook and cranny of the more linear stuff. But then it like dumps you into this like big arena where it just feels like enemies just keep coming at you for like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And those I found to be really like the only times I died were in those kill rooms, and I usually died like 4 or 5 times in the kill rooms before I could get through it. And that like kind of became a little bit frustrating, because then like every time I went in one I was like, oh no, like here we go, it's gonna be like that. So it's like the difficulty balance wasn't really well tuned, because it was too easy most of the time and too hard a little bit of the time, versus just being like a good amount the whole way through with some difficulty spikes. But yeah, I mean the sound design, the visual style with like the 2D looking Doom enemies, I thought was just really, really fun and clever. It's got a great sense of personality to it, and as someone that had almost zero exposure to Warhammer 40k prior to playing Darktide last year, I'm into it, man. So yeah, man, let's play some Space Marine.
I'm down. Hell yeah.
Warhammer rules. Look, I'm not going to read the books. It kind of does. But it's cool. It's a cool universe. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
So look, I've gone down a lot of rabbit holes with Helldivers 2 memes and videos and clips. Boy. I watch so many of them, and a lot of the memes tie into Warhammer, and some of them I don't understand because it's like character specific stuff or lore specific stuff. But the idea of like Warhammer Space Marines fighting Terminids, like that, I want Warhammer armor as a stratagem in Helldivers 2. It would be sick, and I want a chainsaw gun. I want all of it. So yeah, Boltgun it's a good fucking time, man.
It really is.
What else we got on here? Oh boy, The Last of Us 2. Yeah, my monthly Last of Us 2 check-in. The biggest call out to make. So I'm still in the first half of the game where you're playing as Ellie. I'm reaching. We just did spoilers for Last of Us 2. We just the other night finished the hospital sequence where you beat the shit out of a woman with a pipe. Yeah. As she is currently like, taken over by spores, and it's one of the most brutal scenes in the game that is very uncomfortable. We're having a hard time getting momentum in it. And I think I mentioned this last time too. And for me, it's mostly about how long this game is. This game is so long. It's so long. Like the first game you can beat in a breezy, like 16 hours. And that includes a lot of taking your time and exploring. It's a great length. This game's like 30 hours long. It's too long, man. Because like I'm ready for it to be wrapping up, and I have more than half the game left because the Abby section is longer than the Ellie section is. Yeah. Plus there's the epilogue, which is like 3 hours. It's crazy. So that's been the biggest difficulty for us, is just like signing up for an evening of that, knowing that in the grand scheme, we're not really in a 2-hour session, we're not really making that much progress. It's also been frustrating because the last 2 times we've played, it's like the latter stuff with Ellie is so combat focused. Like we played for a good 2.5 hours. Nothing happened in the story. It was just her walking to this place, and it's like you find a WLF camp. And then you have to sneak underneath and get a bunch of the zombie dudes. And then, there's another outlaw camp here. And here's a semi-open area with a bunch of WLF people. And then, now you're back. And it's just combat with no break in between. No cutscenes, nothing. And then we played the other night, and it was more of that. We specifically stayed up extra late so that I could go do the hospital section, because I knew there at least would be a big story beat in that time of playing the game. So like the pacing of the game I think is just really uneven. But there's also the flashback sequence where Joel takes Ellie to the museum. Yeah. And you get to walk around and look at all the space shit. And then the scene where they sit in that space shuttle. Yeah. And he guides her through the like she puts on the space helmet and closes her eyes. And we played that section the week after my daughter's 5th birthday.
Aww.
Where we went to a really dope museum semi near where we live. It's like half hour, 40 minutes away, where they've got a bunch of dinosaur fossils and a bunch of like old school helicopters and cars. And they had one of those like replica space shuttle things that it's like, it exactly looks exactly the same as it does in Last of Us. And so playing that and then going and experiencing that with my daughter was like fucking awesome, man. And that's the stuff that continues to carry me through part 2, and that's the stuff that carried me through the first time I played this game also, is those flashbacks and seeing, unfortunately, the deterioration of this father-daughter relationship, but like just the chemistry between those two characters and those two actors. That's what made the first game what it was, and it just really highlights, in my opinion, what a fucking mistake it was to do the story that they chose to do in part 2, where you only get glimpses of the characters that you want to see. And that, I think, is just, it's such a bummer. Because those are the highlights. Even the sad shit. Like, we played the little sequence which is the flashback where Ellie goes to the Firefly base. And she walks through the hospital room. And she reads her description of all the analysis they had done on her brain. And she has the big confrontation with Joel, where she's like, tell me the truth about what happened. Like, if you lie to me again, I'm gone. You'll never see me again. And he, like, takes a beat and he tells her, and she starts just sobbing because the weight that she experiences, that she didn't get to make that choice for herself, that like she could have saved humanity, and because of this man, now we'll never know. And she takes blame for that, even though she doesn't deserve it. And he goes and puts his hand on her shoulder. She throws him off. Like, it's incredible. And you get like 45 minutes of that in this 30-hour game. And that fucking sucks, man. That is the biggest bummer about The Last of Us 2. So yeah, there's your update for this month. We'll continue playing. Hopefully we get to the Abby stuff in the next month. We'll see. Because yeah, I continue to be glad that I am doing this so that I can play it a second time and put it on the shelf forever and have more than just the first experience. But it, unfortunately, is not changing any of my feelings that I had about it the first time, which I held small hope that I would like it more the second time around, but I'm not.
I'm just upset that we do this podcast, so I have to listen to you say incorrect things about Last of Us 2 all the time.
Okay. Yeah, it's totally better to play as this character that you don't know or care about, who's this horrible person that has no redeeming qualities, and they try to make her a hero somehow at the end because she helps out a trans person, so that makes her a good person, right? And you play as her for 20 fucking hours. Yeah, that's definitely a better narrative decision than continuing the story of these two characters that told the best relationship in the history of video games. Super smart. Neil Druckmann is a genius.
Yeah, you're right. It is pretty cool that these two characters, Ellie and Abby, are opposites of each other in that...
No, they're not.
No, yeah, they are. In that they are both put through the ringer in terms of, like, trauma and, can't think of the right word. Trauma and, taxing testing experiences. And Ellie, the one that we have a connection with and care about, Ellie is the one who cannot shake from her cycle of violence. Abby, who you start off not liking, is the one who is able to shake out of the cycle of violence and leaves everything behind and changes. Ellie is incapable of change.
Off screen.
Abby is able to change.
She changes off screen. The whole game. You kill hundreds of people throughout the back half of that game. And then in between the end and the epilogue is when she becomes nice and her and Lev are like trying to be happy together. And then of course they're not, because no one's allowed to be happy in this game for more than 5 minutes. But those two characters never were opposite. That's the whole point. They both had identical experiences. What they tried to do
when I say they're opposites, I mean in how they come out of those experiences.
But that isn't true either. Like, Ellie also gives up at the end, which is super narratively unsatisfying. Because she should, if she's gonna give that up, she should have done that at the end of the game. Don't tack on an epilogue and that's where she gets the character growth. That doesn't make sense. She grew and then Tommy came back and changed her mind again. Like, you can't keep doing that. That's not narratively interesting. That's anti-character growth. She just keeps regressing. And you can only do that so many times before it's like, I'm not rooting for you to change anymore. I'm not rooting for you to get better because you're unwilling to get better.
Yeah, it's part of the point.
I know.
They want you to feel that way.
Yes, I know they do. And that is bad. That's bad storytelling.
No,
I
it's
know
not.
It was on purpose. Yes, it is.
Just because something makes you feel bad emotions doesn't mean it is a bad thing.
It doesn't make me feel bad emotions. That's the point. It numbs the emotions. Because it hammers it over you. There's no subtlety in this game. The way that there was in the first one.
I disagree. There's no subtlety in your statement that there's no subtlety.
You did this.
No,
just so that we're
you
clear.
brought it up. I refuse to stand down.
No, I talked about my experience replaying The Last of Us Part 2. And your response was to say, I hate listening to you say incorrect things. You opened the can of worms and turned it into an argument.
Fair enough.
Every time we talk about this game, you say you hate talking about it. And you continue to talk about it.
Because I can't not. Because I care a lot about it.
No, you're totally right. There's no way I would be able to like sit and listen to you shit on something that I really liked and just be like, all right.
Yeah, you never do. You never let me do that. Because I do that sometimes, and you do not let me get away with it.
Of course not.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't blame you at all.
Yeah.
But I should say, I don't blame you for doing it, but it is your fault. You did make the choice to start the argument. So from that perspective, the blame is with you. You could have just acquiesced and just listened to my rant and moved on. I don't blame you for not doing that, but it is your fault for not doing that.
So
this is why we started. Real quick, in the spirit of getting nostalgic recently, I went back and listened to some of our first episodes just for funsies.
No. Okay.
And like look, we've gotten so much better at this, and not even like you and I talking, but just we both have gotten so much better at talking about games. Like, I listened to myself on the first couple of episodes, and I just like, I know I continue to perseverate, but like I can hear my voice getting higher and higher pitched as I'm talking about it, because I'm just like going really fast, and I just got all this stuff to say, and I just don't stop at all, and it's kind of hard to listen to at times. But it did remind me, like, that's why we started this podcast. That's why we did this, is because we like arguing about games and picking at each other about games. The Last of Us 2 is like the one game that it isn't fun for us to argue about.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is the only one.
And I think it's because it means so much to us in diametrically opposite ways.
Yes.
Like, it's not just a frivolous game that you like and I don't, or whatever. Like, yeah, it was really impactful for both of us, really significantly. And so it's like personal. It feels personal.
Oh yeah. I am constantly attacked by your experiences of The Last of Us 2.
And the funniest thing is, like, me being a hypercritical, aggressive personality, I very frequently would say that you're stupid for liking something in a joking way, but like intentionally picking at you. I feel like I don't really do that with The Last of Us. Like, I
No.
appreciate that you like it that much, but it's like how much I hate that game makes you mad.
Yeah.
Because it means so much to you.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just funny, man. Like, you'd think that you would argue against me more with other games that I'm like trying to rile you up. Because I don't try to rile. I guess I do. Sometimes I do.
Yeah, we do it to each other.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh boy. Yeah, I know you got a couple other some cool indie games. There's one on here in particular that, because some of these games, I guess I should say 3 of these next 4 games I'd never heard of before you wrote them on the list. One of them I fully intend to play after watching a video on Steam. So yeah, excited to hear you talk about these.
All right, well, okay, so the first of my kind of rapid fire here, because we are getting into this podcast, is Case of the Golden Idol. I played this with my buddy. It's not a cooperative game, but I played it with my buddy. We shared it on Discord and hopped in a call together. We did the same thing with Curse of the Obra Dinn, right, and like a couple of other puzzle games that we've played together. This was kind of the latest. It's one we've been meaning to get to. We're just waiting for like a lull, and that lull hit for us in terms of playing stuff together. So now was the time. So if you don't know, Case of the Golden Idol, again, it's interesting. Another game that doesn't look like any other game out there. Like, it has a very weird fucking art style. But it is a mystery game, a la like old school adventure, point and click. But similarly to Curse of the Obra Dinn, you are given a panorama of a scene that you can do some minor interactions with, mostly investigative things. And you're trying to piece together what happened. So, like, who did what to who, in what order, in what sequence. And the Obra Dinn is pretty consistent with that format. Case of the Golden Idol plays with that format a lot. So, like, the screen where you input all of the information and you're keeping track of everything, like, that changes per scenario that you play through, like, per chapter or whatever. And sometimes there are logic mini games couched within that, which is really interesting. So like there'll be like for example, there's also DLC for it, like a couple of extra scenarios that expand on the story a bit.
Okay.
So an example of one of those weird mini game ones is because like you can like mouse around in the environment, you're reading notes and you know, getting text observations on what is what in the environment, and like as you read things, you can click on proper nouns or important words, and it will save them to your bottom bar, which typically in an adventure game is like your inventory. And this, it's words. And you pull up that other screen, and you can like click and drag the words into where you think they slot into. So like, oh, this guy had a note on his body that said he was meeting a guy named Smith, and the other guy in this scene is dead. So it's probably a safe assumption that the other guy is Smith. So when I pull up the other screen, there's a picture of the dead guy. I will drag the word Smith that I got from this letter onto his image in the name slot and assign it to him. And once I get a certain number of those correct, the game will tell me that I've got them correct, or I'm missing a couple, or a couple are in the wrong place, or whatever. And the game kind of like leads you in the right direction that way and gives you a little bit of feedback there. In this DLC, there was a situation where you like the location is like a card game, like a poker lounge kind of a thing where they're playing. It's not poker; they're playing a different, but it's a card game, and pretty much everybody's dead. But there's a dude sleeping in the corner, and there's 2 people who are alive in the doorway, and like there are weapons all over the ground, and like different kinds of wounds caused by different weapons. And part of solving the puzzle is figuring out the rules of the card game, because there's also like a tourney board up on the wall with scores and stuff. It's like who got what score and who was facing who, and so it's all a logic puzzle that you kind of have to figure out every time you open a new scenario, you're figuring out what are the parameters of this puzzle and what is the point in which I need to work backward from? And that's kind of the first establishing step you take. Something cool that Case of the Golden Idol also does, something that is also cool that Case of the Golden Idol does, is it follows some of the same characters throughout all of the scenarios. So things that you learn about the characters or what they look like or affiliations and things like that give you clues that help you make logic leaps in further scenarios. And at any time you can jump out back to the selection menu, hop back to the old scenario and look at your notes from that scenario. And look at that. So you do a lot of hopping around like, oh, I think I remember this lady looks familiar from that other thing. Let me go make sure it's her. Oh yeah, her name was like Nancy or whatever. Okay, so let's go find and look around and see if we have mention of a name Nancy and we can assign it to her. So it's a lot of stuff like that. And it was just extremely satisfying. There were only 1 or 2 points where we got stuck, but we did manage to kind of muddle our way through by brute forcing a couple of the puzzles, just like kind of moving some words around until it made sense. But for the most part, we were able to work our way through it, and it was very satisfying because the game doesn't hold your hand at all, really. It's kind of expecting you to be paying close attention, and it really rewards you for doing that. Like I said, being able to carry some knowledge forward helps you make some logical leaps that otherwise might take you time to suss out in further situations. So I just thought it was really, really cool. I highly recommend people go play it if you're into that sort of kind of logic puzzle-y, who murdered who, what's going on kind of thing. There are a handful of those games out there. A lot of them are like old school FMV games, so like there's not a lot of new ones of those. And really the only ones I can think of are Curse of the Oberdin and Case of the Golden Idol. And there is a sequel to Case of the Golden Idol coming out. It is in development. I don't know when it comes out, but I will certainly be playing that, probably with my friend again. Yeah, that game was really damn cool. Next game I played with my buddy was Planet Crafter. It is a crafting survival game, because of course it is, set on another planet. You're like, I don't think you're a convict or something, and part of your sentence is to be sent to this planet and work off. Like, if you're able to terraform this planet and get off of the planet, you may have earned yourself a stay of, or like a reprieve on your sentence or whatever, or a reduction of your sentence. And it's a game made by a very small team. I don't know if it's just one guy or like a couple people, but it's a very small team. And one of the thing that sets this game apart from other games of its ilk is the transformation that the planet goes through is really dramatic. So you start, and it's like barren Mars-looking planet with like some rocky plateaus and stuff, and you're managing your oxygen and your water and your food, and you're collecting these minerals from around the ground to craft stuff and like make a habitat where you can get oxygen refilled and start making storage and crafting crafters and like crafting heaters that run off of wind power so that you can raise the temperature of the planet, and like crafting drills that will drill into the planet and increase the pressure on the core, because that helps with the terraformation process. And you hit these milestones, and the planet changes dramatically. Like, one of the first things that happens is like rain starts happening. You're like, oh shit, like we're fucking getting water from the sky now. This is a big deal. Like, there was no water before. And then, because you've made your base right next to the capsule you landed in, some water starts to pool around the ground. And then you look around and you're like, we're at the bottom of a valley. Our entire base is down here. That water is rising. That's a problem. So then you move your base on top of the hill. And by the time you do that, where you were is a giant fucking lake. And like, that's cool. And then moss starts growing around the map, and then you start getting insects, and then you're growing trees, and you're like manipulating DNA in these like plants and animals to like make plants that are like more aggressive in the ecosystem and have a greater percentage of impact on the terraformation process. And it's just like, it's a game where there's never any backwards progress because the number is always going up. And I appreciate that for that. And it was just a really good time. It has its limits and its rough edges, but I came away from it like having enjoyed it to a surprising level. I think my friend and I both felt that way.
You said this is 1.0. Is it a recent 1.0? Like,
yes,
it just hit.
It's been in early access for a while. It just hit 1.0, which is why we picked it up. Yeah. And we beat it. There are 2 endings because there's some other like secret stuff going on the planet that you find out about. There are a couple of endings you could choose from. Those were basically nothing. It was like a still image of the planet and like 5 seconds of dialogue about what happened, and then that's kind of it. But we saw both endings, I guess, and apparently the game has been so popular lately because of the 1.0 release and people streaming it and stuff. The creator's like gonna add content and like maybe even eventually like a new planet to go do your stuff on, with more secrets and information to be found and sussed out. So I just thought it was like a really cool, relaxing, chill experience that had a very clear linear progression through the tech tree. Like you're always making progress. The numbers never go down. And it's all just about like making it happen faster. Like you could feasibly leave the game alone, I guess, and it would eventually finish itself, but it would take like an incremental clicker game. You need to be scaling stuff up to keep the pace up. And I found that process to be satisfying and fun. But yeah, it's not a perfect experience, but it's very cool for what it was, and I was surprised at the degree to which the planet changed in response to the terraforming. I thought all of that stuff was pretty cool.
Watching the video on Steam, like the terraforming looks really cool, and just the huge variety of environments and stuff.
Right, yeah, and it's a really large space that you're going around in. So yeah, that's Planet Crafter hit 1.0 recently.
Neat.
Another early access game, been playing a lot of those, is Rotwood. This is I played the Steam Next Fest demo with the same friend. It is a co-op game. It is very like Cult of the Lamb, if people have played that or seen that, where it's a 2D, 3D, where they're like kind of animated 2D sprites in a 3D plane, and but it is much more of an action game than Cult of the Lamb is.
Yeah, the perspective's different too. It's a little bit more of a side scroll. Like it looks more like a Castle Crashers style, where it's like a little bit more side to side. But yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh man, this looks exactly like Cult of the Lamb aesthetically,
right?
Which was very appealing to me.
It was, yeah. And structurally, it's similar to Cult of the Lamb. Like you have a base where you're building stuff out. It obviously doesn't have like the follower system or whatever. It's just like a place for you to go between runs and upgrade your stuff, and do some like decorating if you feel like it. But it's kind of the same setup. It's a run-based game where you pick an area, you pick a difficulty. Obviously, the higher difficulties have more loot drops, harder enemy variants, and stuff like that. But you go through a themed area, kind of room by room, and you pick your route. You get to pick which room you want to go into next based on a symbol, and you kind of learn what those symbols mean by playing the game. To give you an idea of what's going to come next or what you might want to get out of the next room. When you complete certain rooms, you get a new skill, and it like augments your run, like gives you new abilities, or like makes you run faster after a dodge for a certain percentage of time, or you heal when you break stuff in the environment. It's like little things like that. And it's just a lot of fun. There are 4 main weapon archetypes in the game right now. Again, it's early access. There are also 4 areas, I believe, like 4 themes for the areas in early access right now. Every area has a sub-boss and a boss. So the 4 weapons are a hammer, a spear, a blitz balls, to use a Final Fantasy X reference.
Okay.
You get like 2 blitz balls, so you're Waka for a little bit.
That sounds good.
It's pretty fun. It's a bit of a learning curve on that one. And then another one is like a giant cannon made out of a tree trunk. And each one of those 4 weapon archetypes have special variants within them that further augment and play and like encourage different kinds of play styles and synergies with other skills and stuff. But they all play very, very differently. Obviously, the spear is really good for mid-range. It does more damage if you are at just the right distance. So, like, if you can hit them with just the tip of the blade, it does more damage versus if you're too close. The hammer is all about AoE stuff, hitting multiple enemies at the same time. The balls are, I think they're called strikers, but you can throw the ball and it will hit an enemy and bounce up in the air and have a little spot on the ground. You can see where it's going to land, and you can go there and do a melee attack at the right time. It'll hit the ball back at the enemy and hit them again, so you can kind of like juggle it, and you have 2 balls, so you can like throw one way, throw one the other way, or have both of them going at the same time and like getting cool combos going with that. There's some other stuff you can do with it too, which is pretty cool. And then the cannon is all about like it has like a magazine, so it'll fire a certain number of rounds, and the base cannon, the rounds at the end do more damage. So it's like a little bit of finessing there, and like there's you could do like charge shots and like mortar shot kind of stuff. So there like plenty of different moves for the different weapon archetypes, and like I said, uniques within those that have like different obviously like different special abilities that go along with them, and you would want to synergize with different skills. Yeah, it's cool. I think the writing is really charming. The art is fantastic. It's a great style. I think the music is largely forgettable. It's serviceable. It's fine. I can't even remember what the music sounds like, so it must have just been fine. But I think a lot of it comes down to like the enemy design is really cool. The combat is just very punchy, very weighty, and is a lot of fun. And like the boss encounters are really memorable, and you can kind of learn their move sets. And when you play at higher difficulties, the bosses actually unlock new moves to use against you and stuff. So it changes stuff up a little bit there. And the ads that they spawn are of the higher tier that you're experiencing in the level, so it amps up the difficulty that way. You're going through the way you acquire new equipment is in run, so you can like purchase a helmet or a breastplate or whatever in the run, and then you have it unlocked for forever, so you can then choose to like start with that or modify it or upgrade it or whatever back at your base. Weapons similarly with the unique types of them. There's like a couple different currencies, one of them that you keep and one of them that goes away with the run. Pretty typical stuff. Yeah, I just it does suffer from that run-based problem of I'm just not getting the right skills. Like I'm just not getting the right combo, and so I'm really struggling over here, kind of a thing. But because that's a huge problem in RoboQuest, and we've talked about that before on the podcast. Here it's less of a problem because the skills are they're important and they can really make a difference. But if you're really good with your weapon and know your weapon's movesets, you can kind of make up for it in a way that in RoboQuest, it's like, these guns just don't work very well. Like, this gun is just shitty. Like, you always have your weapon that you choose.
Well, it was true in even in Cult of the Lamb. Like that game didn't have as much of the difficulty going on, but because of the randomization of the weapons, if you got a bad one at the beginning, like you kind of struggled through a little bit.
Yeah,
and that's not as being able to choose your weapon going in. I think is smart. That's what Hades did. That's what made Hades so cool. Is like you can craft your own build. You can at least guide your build to how you want it to be versus like having to take what you get, you know?
Right. Yeah. And this is co-op. It's at least 2 players. I assume it's more.
In the trailer, it looks like
probably 4. Yeah, that seems like it would be right.
Do you think it would be fun solo?
I don't think so.
That's a bummer.
Because you die a lot, and one of the main mechanics is like rezzing your friends, and there are even skills about rezzing your allies. Like every time you res your ally, you do 10% more damage for the rest of the run.
Well, so much for that. That was the game I wanted to check out from your list.
Yeah, I don't know that I would recommend it solo. I think that should be played with folks. I think there's also there's no only the host has progression, so the host has the save, I believe. Okay. So that's Rotwood. Again, available in early access. As they have, I believe that's the one where they've stated as early access progresses and they add more content to the game, they will be increasing the price. So if it's something you're interested in, I would recommend picking it up early because it's like $10 right now.
Yeah, it is cheap. Yeah, it's $10 right now, so that's pretty cheap.
Yeah. All right. Last game for me, and then you can talk, and then I'll have some more. Last game for me for now. I picked this up today because it came out today as of recording. Because we're recording this a week early. Rusty's Retirement. This is an idle game that I've had my eye on for a while because it's a fantastic idea for an idle game. It sits at the bottom of your screen, overlaid on top of your other windows if you want it to. You can have it go in the background if you want. But so it's like it's a window, but it's chroma keyed everything else out aside from this bar at the bottom and like all right, so it's an idle farming game. Rusty, he's a monkey. He's an old monkey. He's trying to retire, but he's got to earn a living still. He can't work forever, and he needs some help. So you're helping Rusty have a successful retirement by helping him farm and building robots for him that will take care of the farming for him. He still helps, but, you know, he's a slow old monkey. He can't do everything by himself. So it's like everything's on timers. Like you're growing crops, the robots are picking the crops and watering the crops and turning the crops into biofuel, which you use for upgrades along with money. It's one of those. But the gimmick is that it all takes place in a horizontal bar along the bottom of your screen.
I love that.
It is
like,
awesome.
Watching the Steam video, that's such a fun idea.
It is a phenomenal idea for an idle game. I have been playing it all day. In fact, I'm playing Rusty's Retirement right now.
I hate you so
well, like,
much.
I'm not,
I was waiting for you to say
I'm
that.
not playing. It's playing in the background. I'm letting it run
Sure.
while we record this, but it's up. I have it behind the window because I need to read the doc. But like earlier today, I was watching YouTube videos, and the YouTube video window fits right above where Rusty's Retirement stops at the bottom of my screen. Yeah. It's perfect. And it's
just
cool
all
because,
that stimulation, like, baby.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's cool because like the top of Rusty's house like pokes up above the line where the rest of it is, and sometimes the robots will fly around up above a little bit, and so it's kind of like it's blending. It's not just like a harsh bar where it is. It's kind of blending the like it really feels like it's been chroma keyed out and overlaid over the stuff that you're doing. It's great, man. I have a fucking bustin' farm right now. I have bees and berry bushes, and I'm about to unlock animals. I highly recommend Rusty's Retirement because if you like idle games in any way, shape, or form, or are looking for something to like occupy your mind instead of like just sitting and watching videos, if you feel like you're the kind of person who needs to have 3 things going at once because you have, much like Harold Halibut, ADHD. I cannot recommend this enough. It is such a cute. It's like $6.
It's adorable.
It is such a great idea, and there's a lot of customization options. You can zoom in and out. You can zoom in to make it bigger on your screen, zoom out to make it smaller, so depending on your screen size or aspect ratio. You can have it always on top or not. There's some customization options there for folks. Man, this game is cool. I like it a lot. I'm happy it exists.
414 reviews at the time of recording. 99% positive.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
There is nothing to dislike about Rusty's Retirement. That 1%, they're lying.
they couldn't get the size to work on their computer monitor. That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's adorable.
It is, yeah.
That's a great transition. I've got a couple of games here that are kid games because I have been playing some games with my children, which I adore. First is the Bluey video game, which I was legitimately hyped for when I saw the announcement. Look, we don't need to talk about Bluey. It's the best show on television. Okay. I'm not being hyperbolic. It's one of the best shows I've ever seen.
I don't know. I watched several episodes when we were on that vacation together and like over Christmas and stuff. I don't get it.
It's a show for parents. Like, if you don't have kids, you will not get as much out of it.
That's fair.
I'm not denying that. But this show has taken over the world with parents, and it's for good reason. But that being said, I was very excited for the video game because I knew my kids would want to play it. It looked super fun. It was a lot, typical kid game, mini game stuff. You run around their house, you do things. The game is hot trash. It is the most shovelware, low effort bullshit. Look, the mouths, because like it looks like the show does, where it's cartoon. The characters are like 2D cutouts. They animate pretty kind of like stiltedly on purpose.
Right.
The mouths are like low quality JPEG mouths. Like they're not even HD. Like it looks like someone made this like on a weekend without permission. It's crazy. There's nothing to do in this game. There are a couple of little mini games. You mostly run around and find things. And like that's fun for like 5 minutes with your kids. Cause I always, the whole point, like I play dumb. I'm like, hey, did you guys see any of the bugs? And it's like really obvious where they got big sparkles in the front. And the kids get to be like, it's right there, Dad, it's right there. So like that part of it is fun and it's wholesome. But nothing about the game is making that a good experience.
Okay.
The kids had a great time because it's structured like a couple episodes of Bluey where you get little cutscenes. It's not as good as the show in like the writing. And again, it just feels rushed. They kind of you can tell they're using existing voiceover lines from the show.
Sure.
And also newly recorded things because the sound quality is different when they say them.
Oh,
and
boy.
it is really, really bad. It's really amateurishly made and my most disappointing game so far this year, even on top of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So we finished that. We 100%ed it. And then we moved on to Lil Gator Game, which is on Game Pass. I had bought it on PS5 like 2 days before it came to Game Pass, which is fine. This is a game that was highly recommended on the Besties podcast, which is Griffin and Justin McElroy and a couple of their old friends from Polygon. They have a gaming podcast that I really like. They're all dads. They all recommended Lil Gator Game as a great game for like younger kids so that they can play it. Like I think most of their kids are more in like the 6 to 9 age range. My daughter's 5 and my son is 2.5, so they're still a little too young to like be able to engage with a 3D game like this. So I play it, but they like tell me where to go and what to do. And it's a very it's like an open world game. They make a lot of jokes about Zelda. It's got clear Breath of the Wild influences, but like in a kid's game, right?
Yeah.
The enemies are like the structure of the game is you're a kid who's trying to convince your older sister who's home from college to play adventure with you, to play fantasy with you like you guys used to when she was younger. And so you're kind of going on this adventure that you and your friends have written together. There are cardboard cutout enemies. You're jumping around hills to like find hidden things. And there's a little bit of like character customization. You can wear different hats, that kind of stuff. It's just very cute. The writing is genuinely witty. It's pretty like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, fourth wall breaking for the adults in the room, where again, it's making a lot of Zelda references and kind of commenting on the structure of the game itself.
Okay, yeah.
You start out on a small island and then it opens up a bigger island. So we just got to the bigger island. So I think we've got another, maybe 2 hours worth of gameplay. But it's very cute. It's a really good kids game. I definitely recommend that one. I do not recommend Bluey, which makes me very sad. So yeah, I'm trying to even get some gaming time in when I'm hanging with my kids, and they're loving it. So it's been a lot of fun. They sit over my shoulder when I'm playing the Steam Deck too. Like my son was watching me play Palworld earlier today, and I felt a little bit weird about it because like I'm beating a sheep over the head with a stick. But he was like, sheep. So he was really excited, and they love watching me play Pokemon too. My daughter, every time a Pokemon evolves, I like show her. She goes, "Oh, is he going to evolve?" Like the way she says it is really cute. So I'm getting some gaming time in with the kids on the big screen, in addition to the handheld. So
nice.
It's been a good time. How about we close this thing out? We got 2 big IP left to talk about. You have watched a recent show that's led you into some games.
Indeed.
I have watched a slightly less recent show that ties into a much larger journey with fiction that I have been taking. So how about you start us off and let's talk about the Fallout show, which I'm realizing it was a huge miss for me to also not have watched it.
Yeah, dude.
I wanted to finish some other stuff first. It's next on my list. I will be starting it next week. So I'll give some thoughts on next podcast about the Fallout show, but would love to hear your take.
Yeah, like not to belabor the point, I was pleasantly surprised. I had seen the trailers and I was like, I think they kind of get it.
Looks kind of good.
I think they get it. In a way that maybe Bethesda doesn't anymore. Totally. But I think they kind of get it. And they nailed it, man. They nailed the tone. The show, it looks incredible. I said I can't wait for the prop store auction after this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, I want all of the stuff. I want all of the things that are in the show. It looks incredible. They fucking nail it. It has that the whimsical 50s attitude, but in the dark setting. They don't like wallow in the dark tone, but it exists. Okay. It's like over the top gore sometimes, because but also like kind of like flippant attitude about it. And they
much like the games.
Yeah, they hit it. They really did it. I think like the cast was really, really, really great. I think now I can't remember his in-universe name. But the main male actor, the black actor, who's part of the Brotherhood of Steel, he doesn't do a lot, like emotionally. He's not giving a lot of range, but it so. But then he kind of pulls it out every now and then, and that makes it feel more impactful. So I'm kind of okay with it. He's just not doing a lot. And I think that's in stark contrast to the woman who's playing Lucy. This
is the main character.
Yeah, the lead female protagonist. She's just giving it all she's got all the time.
Yeah, I've heard she's
really
great.
Good. She's terrific. Yeah. She has a great arc throughout the game, or throughout the show. It's
and Walton Goggins.
Yeah, dude, Walton Goggins, man.
Hell
Talk
yeah.
about chewing the scenery. This
I'm
motherfucker,
so
he is so good, and they give him a lot to do, and it's all awesome. It is all really good. Pulls at your heartstrings sometimes. Other times you're just like, damn, this guy's a badass. The way they introduce him as the ghoul is so fucking good. And I will say though, there's one weird part. They do like a weird title card thing for the characters.
Okay.
But they only do it like
a freeze frame, like with their name on the a Borderlands.
No, like a textured, dirty black screen with like fucked up letters, and it's just the words on the screen, and like a big with a sound effect. It's one of those. They do like smash cut to like an image of a word like a couple times, like the ghoul is one of them, and that's like at the end of the episode where they introduce him. Like he has this little scene and it's like the ghoul, and then it's kind of the end of the episode. It's weird. they only do that like a couple times, and it's just like, why did they? It feels like an idea they had early on and then forgot to take it out. Is what it feels like, because they don't follow up on that until like the end of the season. They do it again, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? This is a weird thing. So like that's weird, but everything else is really good, which is like, if that's all I have to complain about, then the show's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited. I have almost heard exclusively good things about it, which is very rare. Even in the recent world of adaptations, which I feel like stuff's starting to get better. There's still plenty of garbage, right? But I feel like stuff's starting to get better.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, I know you had thoughts on the Last of Us show, but I think you would still agree, like, it's a high quality show and like the performances are good. They might not hold up to the game, but like it's still a good show.
I think it's,
or maybe not.
The show's pretty mid.
Okay.
The Last of Us is fine as a standalone show. But, like, yeah. It just... And I have some thoughts on, like... I think it's because Fallout is about the world. And I think it plays better in a television format. Because that was always my issue with the Walking Dead show, is they're not giving the characters the time that they get in the comics because they can't. The format's different. And so things feel rushed or unjustified, and they like have to manipulate the way that characters behave in the comics to better suit the format of the television. It doesn't work for me. That's why I think Last of Us just didn't really work for me, because things felt very rushed, and like they didn't have the time and the time to like let things mature naturally because the format is what it is.
Yeah, I think that becomes really hard when you're directly adapting something.
Yes,
because like I don't think that that's an inherent flaw in storytelling on TV.
No, it is not.
It's just it's purely comparative.
Yes,
and I think it's an impossible task to be able to separate your thoughts on the game storytelling versus the show storytelling. But if you can get closer to doing that, I think you would like this show more.
Yeah.
Because I do not disagree with you whatsoever. That just doesn't bother me because the game still exists. It's just a different way of telling the story. And for being a television show, I thought they did just about as great a job as they could. Is it still inferior? Yes. But like that doesn't make it disappointing or uninteresting or like not worth existing, in my opinion.
Okay.
You're not going to argue with me.
I won't. I shan't, Shea. I shan't. But yeah, anyway, the takeaway is Fallout show good. Watch show, people. Yeah. People watch show.
I will.
And then that led me into this whole like, bro, I got to play Fallout again. So
I'm afraid of that, honestly. Yeah, I'm afraid of that happening to me.
So I downloaded a bunch of mods for Fallout New Vegas, and I started playing that, and I was like, nah, it's too old. Game old. Don't want to play. Don't want to play old game. Play new game. New game good. Game old. So I downloaded Fallout 76. I played a lot of that. Like, too much of it.
To be young and not have children and be able to waste time playing Fallout 76.
Yeah, it's Fallout 76 fucking sucks, dude. It just makes me it makes me sad. And then they released this new big next gen update for Fallout 4, so I started a new save in that, and we'll see how that goes. I downloaded some of that Creation Club stuff that I had. And like obviously the stuff that they added, like the Enclave remnants and stuff like that they specifically added for the update. That's kind of a little bit of a tie-in with the show. There's some Enclave stuff.
I was going to ask if you were going to do a bunch of mods, but you probably can't because a bunch of stuff's not updated yet.
Well, yeah, so I would have been playing Fallout London right now, but I can't because the update, that modding team is doing their best. But Bethesda had other plans 2 days after they were set to release their mod.
Right.
So, I will play Fallout London when it releases. I look forward to it. But until then, I'll see what new stuff they added in 4. Because I do still really, really, really like 4. A lot more than apparently most people.
Yeah, I mean, it was my game of the year that year.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan. In the last couple of years, I went back to it and did some mods. I didn't end up finishing it, but I put a good 30 plus hours into it and just had a good time.
Yeah.
Rolling around, doing random shit.
It's a good time.
It's a great universe.
It is.
It's much more, like, I think it's because of like the sense of humor it has about it. Like, it's a more immersive's not the right word, but it's like it's got a more comfortable feel to it than a game like Skyrim, which, easy to compare, and also Skyrim, one of my favorite games ever made. Like, that's a game I have replayed similar to how I've replayed Fallout 4. And Skyrim is just you need to be in a different mindset.
Yeah.
Fallout 4 is like an easier game to play, I think.
Right. Because, it is okay to just go hop into Fallout and fuck around.
Yeah, and it's also, it's a shooter, too. Like, that makes it so much more approachable.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, cool. Yeah, instead of watching Fallout, I wanted to finish up my Star Wars television journey. So last pod, I talked through kind of finishing Star Wars Rebels. Next step was to finish Star Wars Clone Wars, watch the final season, and then Ahsoka. So I accomplished both of those things. Quick thoughts. I thought the final season of Star Wars Clone Wars was super uneven. Did you watch it?
I did not watch the last season. I stopped. Well, I don't know. Maybe I did. Where was the last thing I remember watching was it's like Darth Maul and like a Jedi temple. There's like a fight with Darth Maul at a Jedi temple or something.
That would not have been. That was the preceding season.
Okay,
I believe.
So I did not see the final season then.
Because it starts out with Ahsoka. So this is post Ahsoka abandoning the Jedi Order, and takes place pretty shortly before Order 66 and including through Order 66, which is crazy, and I will talk about in a second. But it starts out with Ahsoka as like a reestablishing her new status quo, and like the first 3 or 4 episodes are she like stumbles across this sister duo of like smugglers, and they're really dumb and they're not good at what they're doing, but they're kind of like punching above their weight, and so it's just like Ahsoka trying to get them out of trouble, and it's like it's like a waste of time. It was very, very weird. And at first I was like, is this a way to... Because, like, it deals with the Pikes, which they talk about a lot in the Solo movie, as, like, the criminal syndicate. Oh,
that's right,
and I was like, is this, like, a weird... Are they just, like, trying to build the universe out more? And then it sort of turned into a very, very loose way to bring... The Mandalorian chick. Katie Sackhoff. What's that character's name? Bo-Katan.
Bo-Katan.
It's like a very loose way for them to bring in Bo-Katan, because it literally the way they do it is Bo-Katan happens to be on the same planet. She's like spying on the Pikes also, and then she like gets Ahsoka to come help her with this Mandalorian war kind of like fight that they're having with it was very, very odd. So the first couple episodes, I was like, "Oh no! Like, why? What is going on here?" And then once it pivots into like the Mandalorian stuff, which is only part of it, also that I found a little bit more compelling. But then like Order 66 happens, and then shit gets crazy, dude. The scene with that, because like obviously Rex is such a big character, she reconnects with Rex, and so she's like sort of getting reintegrated with some of the Rebel Alliance stuff, even though she's no longer a Jedi. And the first parts of that episode, there's like no dialogue, and it's just this like really tense music and like really long shots, because like what's gonna happen, and so you're just waiting for the shoe to drop. And they do it in a super casual way where, like, she's in another room and then the thing comes in and then just, like, all the stormtroopers just fucking come at, because she's the only Jedi, like, on the big ship. She has this confrontation with Rex where, like, you can tell that he's confused, but he can't not do it. And I'm trying to remember specific details, but she basically, like, knocks him out. She gets him into, she uses a bunch of, like, droids to help get him into this, like, medbay spot where they discover that there's, like, an implant in the brain that's what, like, triggered the Order 66 stuff. Okay. And so the other clone troopers are, like, trying to bear down on them and break open the door while Rex is unconscious, and they're trying to do the surgery thing. They get it out. There's this really tense moment of, like, they break open the door. Ahsoka standing there with Rex. She doesn't know what he's going to do. And then, like, boom, he shoots the other clone troopers. And so they team up. They have to escape. It was fucking awesome. And again, it was like, why did they do those first couple episodes of this, like, weird, meaningless side quest when we could have had more of this shit, dude? It was so awesome. And then they had to, like, wrap it up. They had some stuff with Vader where, like, you're seeing Anakin early days with Vader because it's post Order 66. And just, like, with the non-linear story of Ahsoka, with the way that they did it, with, like, the Clone Wars happened, the show rather, and then there was Star Wars Rebels, which took place several years later, so you're seeing her older but you don't know how she got there. And then she was in the Mandalorian show, which is post Return of the Jedi, where she's much older but you don't know how she got there. And then you go back in time to the final season of Clone Wars, and then Ahsoka, which happens after the stuff in Mandalorian. It's, like, very weird timing, but having seen all of it and it feeling much more cohesive, I love the arc of that character, and I love where she is now, which brings us to the Ahsoka show. I saw that people generally didn't really like it, and I know you watched maybe the first episode only and weren't into it.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on because I didn't watch Rebels.
Yeah, and that's, like, the weirdest part of it is, like, Rebels is pretty much required viewing to know what's happening in the Ahsoka show, which is just really weird because that was, like, a Disney XD show that got canceled because it wasn't that popular. It just is a really odd, and I mean, it's Dave Filoni. He created all those Star Wars Rebels characters. He wanted to make this thing and continue Ahsoka. So, like, I get it from his creator standpoint, but, like, for a viewer, it's just weird. Like, you have to be hardcore on Star Wars to watch it, which is not the case for, like, Mandalorian or even the Boba Fett show, and certainly not Obi-Wan. Like, you can be a casual Star Wars enjoyer and love all of those.
Well, yeah, because everybody knows who Boba Fett is.
Yeah, but
and everyone knows, like, because everyone knows who Boba Fett is, people think they know who the Mandalorian is. You know, and, like, that at least gets them in the door, right?
Well, yeah, that's where Baby Yoda stuff came from, and people being really confused that it wasn't actually Yoda because they don't know how time works. But yeah, I love Rosario Dawson. I talk about this a lot, but she's the kind of actor that she elevates everyone else around her. Yeah. Like, I remember watching the Netflix Marvel shows, right, where she was kind of like the linchpin in all the different series.
Yeah, she was like the common character.
Yeah, she was the Samuel L. Jackson. She was the Nick Fury of those shows. And, like, everyone's best acting happened when they were with her. Like, she's that kind. She gives, you know, in pretentious acting school, we talked about, like, giving and taking. And there are a lot of, like, selfish actors that take, and they're very insular and they're very focused on themselves and their own feelings. She's the opposite. Like, she's a giving actor. She makes everybody else around her so much better. And I think that that's true in the Ahsoka show. Unfortunately, and this is just a trap of the type of characters and the story that they're telling, pretty much all of the other characters are pretty flat personality-wise. Okay. And the character of Ahsoka in this older version with all the trauma she's been through, she's kind of flat. And it's not a bad acting thing. I think Rosario Dawson does a good job. But, like, she needs more dynamic side characters to balance things out. And like later on, spoilers for Ahsoka, but like later on, you get to meet Ezra, and he brings a lot of the levity similar to how he did in the Rebels show. And that I think is a breath of fresh air, because like him and Ahsoka together have really good chemistry. And again, they elevate each other in that way, but that's not until the last couple episodes. So it's mostly like Ahsoka with Sabine Wren, who in the Rebels show was like super sarcastic and kind of like devil may care, but she's kind of flat.
Yeah,
like,
she's not really doing like any of that.
Yeah, I don't really love the characterization in the show. And then you got the two, not Sith, but like the two dark Jedi characters who are both, like, I love Ray Stevenson, R.I.P., but like both those characters are very straightforward and flat. So and then you have the David Tennant, the robot character, who gets a little bit of his like C-3PO smarminess, but is also kind of flat. And so the whole thing feels a little slow. That said, the actual story that they're telling and like diving into the other galaxies that are out there, the history of the Sith and like the evolution of the dark side. They get into some Night Sisters stuff later on. All of that is cool. Like, that's my jam, dude. The bigger world building of Star Wars is the shit that I love. And so from that perspective, like, that's where like Dave Filoni shines, because he gets Star Wars and he gets the fans and what they like. And that stuff I think is really, really good. It's just the characters and kind of the pacing I think is a little bit slow. There's some good fight scenes, good lightsaber shit. Ahsoka's like silver lightsaber and Shoto combo is badass. Like, all of that is really good. It just feels a little slow. Like the last third, it really ramps up once Thrawn gets in the mix. And I don't know that, because I know you said you were going to try to give it another shot. I don't know that I really want to like spoil a bunch of stuff, so I won't. But okay. it goes some places literally and figuratively that are very, very cool and open the doors really wide for some other potentially cool storylines for them to bring back from Star Wars Legends, which they seem want to do because they're realizing that they don't have any other ideas. So I'm crossing my fingers for some other Star Wars Legends stuff to come back, given what happens in Ahsoka. What I am most curious about is what they're going to do with Ray Stevenson's character, since he passed. And they leave him in a pretty important spot at the end of season 1. So I don't know what they're going to do and how they're going to handle that. But
CG Ray Stevenson.
Oh, please don't. I'm sure. I have an easy way out that I imagine they will take. It will be a bummer. I hope that they find another way to continue his storyline, because his storyline, the way that they're leaving it, is super interesting. But he obviously won't be there to continue that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then just to wrap us up, I continue to go through the backlog of Star Wars Legends books. I made a really dumb decision and decided to read more things than I had originally planned on.
Oh my God.
Kyle, I meant to share this with you. I created a Star Wars Legends books spreadsheet. I'm very proud of it. It's, I think, legit cool. I'm going to share it with you, Kyle, in the Discord just for funsies so that you can look at my insanity. But I've got like everything is chronological by timeline. So there are a couple of things on here that are like during the original trilogy, which I'll get to in just a sec. But like most of it is ABY stuff after Battle of Yavin for the uninitiated. And I've got like everything organized by the title, if it relates to any particular series. I have statuses on here of like books that I own versus plan to purchase versus plan to skip. I have a reading status so I can check off and get the like, yes, I finished this one green check mark. I've got my Goodreads ratings on the side, which is what I use to like books that I didn't know about that I hadn't read before. Should I skip it? Should I read it? I use the Goodreads reviews and stuff for that. So yeah, it's I also decided to add the new canon stuff too, which I have no intention to actually read through everything, but I added it all just in case because I'm a crazy person. But in totality,
I don't know why I'm surprised, but there are 96 books on this.
Yes, there are 96 books on this. Yes.
Holy fuck.
Uh-huh. I will not be reading all of them.
No.
Like I said, there are a couple on here. So, like, I own a couple books, like Scoundrels, which takes place during episode 4. Choices of One, which is a side story with Mara Jade that Timothy Zahn wrote that also takes place, I believe, post episode 4. Like, I don't have intents to go back that far, because the point of this was to read the post Return of the Jedi shit. It's just that, like, some of the stuff that is relevant is a little bit earlier. Like a series that I just finished the trilogy literally today, because I was trying to finish it before the podcast, which was the Bounty Hunter Wars. So the reason I decided to check this out was that it promised to tell the story of Boba Fett coming back to life, escaping the Sarlacc pit and getting up to some shenanigans. Half of the story takes place post episode 4. So it's like sort of that story where half of it is like current, which is during the events of Return of the Jedi. Because it starts like immediately after the Jabba the Hutt shit on Tatooine. Because another bounty hunter, Dangar, who he's pretty well known in like the Star Wars expanded universe, he's the one that finds Boba Fett, nurses him back to health. Shit goes crazy. But then a majority of the story is happening back in time. What is cool, I guess all of it's back in time. Long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away. You know what I mean? What is cool about it is it also heavily leverages the character of Prince Xizor, which...
yes, Prince Xizor.
You know who this is, Kyle, because
he's a Pokemon
action figure. We had his action figure. And when we were kids, we didn't know who it was. We knew he was a Star Wars character, but he wasn't in the movies. But we had his action figure. He is a feline, so he's got like green skin. He's super buff. He's got like a high black pony going on. He's a total douchebag. He, I believe, was introduced prior to the Mandalorian Wars in, it's like Tales of the Empire or something to that effect.
We did have this action figure. Yes. Yeah, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, he's basically just a super rich dude who eventually became the leader of the Black Sun, which was like the premier criminal organization at the time. And he was sort of like the left hand of Emperor Palpatine, and him and Vader had like a lot of tete-a-tetes. They hated each other, and Palpatine played one against the other, etc., etc. There are other stories with Prince Xizor, but I have no intentions on reading them because I don't want to go back that far, because that would add like another 20 books to this list of 96 that I currently got.
The thing that I remember about him was that his like robes that go around his legs, like the plastic molding, they were always in the way of moving his legs because they were like, it was like rigid robes. And so you couldn't really like set him up the way you would want to set him up as an action figure. And I remember like being really frustrated by that. Also, I feel like I remember thinking he was a Dragon Ball Z character.
He totally looks like he could be a Dragon Ball Z character. Absolutely. But yeah, I was a little bummed in reading this because I wanted it to be more about Boba Fett post Return of the Jedi, and it was not. That's my own fault for not doing enough research on the series. It's also very, very slow. There's a lot of repeat information. There's a lot of characters sitting and thinking about things that are happening and not as much action. I was very, very ready for this to be over well before I had gotten to the third book. It's also like there are a bunch of side stories with these other characters. They introduced the Kuat Drive Yards, which was like a big shipbuilding yard. The ending of the books is cool because it takes place concurrent to the Battle of Endor. And that's pretty neat because like they're trying to negotiate this other thing that's happening while the Battle of Endor is happening. There are some like Rebel Alliance fighters and leaders that are currently where Boba Fett is, and they're talking about like, oh, I wish we could be there helping them out. And like that part of it is kind of cool to see like a side story happening concurrently. But yeah, otherwise it was not a super worthwhile read. It didn't give me the Boba Fett goodness that I wanted.
Okay.
Which is odd because he factors very heavily in later series of the books, especially like Legacy of the Force, with the Jaden when he becomes a villain. Like that's where like Boba's rebuilding the Mandalorian race and like repopulating the just like the tribe of these like different Mandalorians that have sort of separated over the years. And like I don't think he's in a lot of other content between those two time periods, and that's like 20 years in between those things. So that's why I expected more out of this series than there was.
Okay.
But this one was written back in like the mid 90s when they were like starting the book stuff, and I'm finding that books that are that old, with the exception of Timothy Zahn, are not as great.
Okay.
Which makes sense because they're pretty old.
Yeah.
Just like very old fashioned and
right.
kind of boring writing style. On the other side of that, next in the chronology, which I ended up reading beforehand because I was waiting for the the Bounty Hunter Wars books to get here, was Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Mindor. So this one was, I mean, it's old at this point, but this was it came out a couple years before Disney bought all the Star Wars stuff, so it was one of the later Star Wars books that released. It takes place shortly after Episode 6, so in the chronology, there's like the Bounty Hunter War stuff, which is happening during Episode 6, and then there's the book The Truce at Bakura, which is the next one I'm going to read, which is about like the resolution between the now New Republic and the Imperial Remnant, and sort of like the ceasefire and shit that goes down with that. And then Shadows of Mindor is like the next big adventure for Luke Skywalker after that happens. So he's still like early on in his Jedi powers.
Right.
That book is weird, man. It's got a really weird personality. It leans really heavily on like propaganda film style, like campy sort of, like even the title of the book, Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Mindor.
Right.
Like it's very intentional because that's the kind of thing that it's aping. So it's kind of jokey. It doesn't take itself super seriously, but the story it's telling is like really dark. It's about this like advisor to Emperor Palpatine who's actually even older than Palpatine, who like leverages, he's not a Sith because he doesn't believe in the Sith. He just believes in the dark, capital D, which is actually pretty badass. But he like,
that's cooler than Sith.
He uses the dark to essentially possess people throughout history. So he's like a vampire-esque thing, but he possesses people instead. And so there are a couple of different instances of like, he's possessing these people. He's got this like cult following that have all been brainwashed. Luke's trying to rescue them. They're on this big volcanic planet that the dude exploded. And so almost the entire book takes place over the course of like an hour, which makes it feel both really frenetic and also slowly paced at the same time.
Yeah, that's
because it's like 300 pages that take place over an hour. So the pacing feels kind of inconsistent. The jokey nature of the book is a little weird. Like, I don't know how much I liked it or not. But the stuff about the dark side I thought was really cool. Wedge and Rogue Squadron feature really heavily in it, which is really cool. That is like the next big series that I'm excited to read is the X-Wing series, which takes place. It starts shortly after where Shadows of Mindor takes place, and that's all about Wedge, you know, building out his Rogue Squadron and going on spy shit and just being an awesome character. So,
right.
Yeah, what's weird is like in the timing or like the chronology is I started with those original Timothy Zahn trilogy. Those take place 9 years after Episode 4, because that like the ABY is after Battle of Yavin, which is the Episode 4 battle, not the Return of the Jedi battle. So like I started there, and now I'm going back and reading like 15 books that take place before that one, which is like a little weird timing wise.
Right.
But I went ahead and bought all the X-Wing books. They're supposed to get here next week. There are 7 of them. And then there are 2 more that take place like a couple years after the others do.
Okay.
So I'll have more Star Wars. My goal
those
are
all like really quick, easy reads though. Like they're
ish.
The old Star Wars books are like, they're a few hundred pages each, but they're also not complex. There's not a lot of words on each page.
Reads. Yeah.
They
still when I'm committed to them, I'll get through one every 2 weeks is kind of the pace that I've been on, which is pretty fast.
Yeah.
I don't sit and read for like hours at a time. I'm just kind of chipping away. But yeah, my goal for the next podcast is to read Truce at Bakura, and then I'm also going back and reading. There's a trilogy of novellas about the Dark Forces games.
Oh,
so Soldier for the Empire, Rebel Agent, and Jedi Knight all take place around the same time. So I wanted to check those out just because I guess they're like kind of adaptations of the games, with some like maybe additional detail. But it's been years since I've played those games, and I always really liked Kyle Katarn, and so I wanted to actually go back and check those out. So that's my goal for the next pod is check off another big book and a couple of the smaller novellas. So we'll see if I can accomplish that.
May the Force be with you.
Yeah, let's hope. But that's going to do it for our video games. And I guess TV and books and everything else in the known universe.
Other shit that matters.
Yeah, other shit that matters. There you go. What do you say we move on and we talk about some news really quickly? All right, so first, like I mentioned at the top, bunch of news that we're just not going to cover because it's outdated now.
Right.
But something that happened recently at the time of recording is just a bunch of Embracer stuff. So I feel like every podcast there's an Embracer update.
Some more bullshit.
This one is maybe long term it's a good thing. It's hard to know for sure. I'm not a hashtag business dude, but the long and short is that Embracer is splitting into 3 companies. So they're going to have the same primary CEO. So again, it's complicated.
Yeah.
But to walk through, the 3 different groups are Asmodee Group, which already existed inside of Embracer. This is their like tabletop and board game division. Apparently, this is also the company that's going to be taking on a large portion of the parent company Embracer's debt.
Yeah.
Because they are capable of like refinancing, basically. So it's a bit of a...
It's like a tax.
It's like a money laundering.
It's like a money laundering investment kind of bullshit thing that people shouldn't be allowed to get away with, because when you fail, you should face repercussions for your own failures.
Oh, interesting.
But not at the corporate level.
The employees will.
Yeah.
And have.
Only the people at the bottom. Yay!
Yeah. Second group is currently called Coffee Stain and Friends. I guess they're going to be rebranding at some point in the future. But this is their like indie and free-to-play game division. So think games like Deep Rock Galactic, Valheim, Satisfactory. They have a bunch of like free-to-play mobile stuff, games you've never heard of.
Right.
So that's
Coffee
them.
Stain was a pre-existing publisher under Embracer. Embracer acquired them. So it's Coffee Stain and Friends, because they're packaging them with some extra people, I guess.
Yeah. And then similarly, there's Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends. And this will be their AAA division. So this is Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, 4A Games, Dark Horse, which Embracer owns apparently. And this is where they're also housing like their biggest IP. So like Lord of the Rings, Middle-earth Enterprises, obviously, Tomb Raider, Dead Island Metro, all the other like big IPs. So that's going to be their primary AAA division. So reminder that they recently sold off Gearbox and they sold off Saber Interactive, and should say they sold off Saber Interactive, the developer, as well as a couple of other studios, the like publishing arm of Saber, and some of the other Saber subsidiaries are still with Embracer. It was a very complex separation, but
no, it's all pretty cut and dry and simple.
The main Saber Interactive, like that they are the ones that separated. So I think it's like Space Marine 2 that will be separate, but like Remnant is still owned by Embracer.
Right.
I believe like because that was both Saber Interactive studios that made those games, or are making those games. So some of that is kind of fuzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. Like I said, maybe long term this is positive. I unfortunately believe this will still lead to more layoffs in the short term.
Yes.
They've already let go 1,300 people at Embracer over like the last year-ish, which is a lot. It's a lot of people. But the same CEO's around. So obviously things are going to continue to be awesome because he's done such a great job. And he had a really fun quote in an interview that he ran, which was, as a leader and owner, sometimes you need to take the blame and you need to be humble about if you've made mistakes and if you could have done something differently. I'm sure I deserve a lot of criticism, but I don't think my team or companies deserve all the criticism. I could take a lot of that blame myself. But ultimately, I need to believe in the mission we set out, and that is still valid, and we are now enabling that by doing this new structure.
Which is actually not the vision that you set out with.
Right, because it failed, because the Saudis pulled their money.
The mission or vision you set out with was, what if we made this giant conglomerate? And now you're splitting it up. It's not the same mission. It's not still valid. It is a new mission. You're a fuckwad.
Yeah.
Also,
my favorite.
I could take a lot of that blame myself.
It's the triumvirate of zero accountability.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like, sometimes you need to be humble and admit you'd made mistakes. I'm sure I deserve a lot of criticism, and I could take that blame. ... Like, he doesn't take blame. He doesn't accept the criticism.
Motherfucker,
he doesn't
say the thing
that he made mistakes. It's because he doesn't believe that.
No, he doesn't, because he's a fuckwad.
He's like, dude, I need to keep my $10 million bonus or whatever. I don't want the shareholders thinking I'm to blame.
God.
You know, the one who made all of the decisions. It can't possibly be my fault.
Shit.
It's the QA department. They're the ones that are to blame. Let's lay them off.
God.
It's horrible and it's terrible and it's all bad.
Yes. Burn it all down. And make sure everyone gets severance.
Yeah. But like I said, I think with them divesting some of this debt and divesting some of the properties across different organizations, again, it's all the same leadership. It's like the CFO is running one of them now. The COO is running one of them now. Like, it's the same fucking old white dudes. They're just, all of them have a CEO title now.
Right.
Yay. After all of this, they just all got promotions.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
What a shitty system.
But yeah, it's super fun. Super fun to talk about. Let's move on.
Yes.
You added this one. How about you walk us through this?
Yeah, let's inflame the console wars on our podcast. So in the month of April, according to a report, there were more Microsoft titles than Sony titles on the top 25 of the PlayStation Store. Let me say that again. More Microsoft published titles than Sony published titles on the top 25 of the PlayStation Store. Microsoft had 7 of the top 25. I believe PlayStation had, or Sony had 5. So Microsoft had the most of any other single publisher on the top 25. It's just a fun story that, like, ties into the narrative of Microsoft making the decision to go multi-platform with some of their older games. Like, obviously, some of this top 25 stuff is, like, recency bias. The games were not available for a long time on Sony platforms, so of course people are going to want to pick them up now that they're available.
It's also games. It's also games that Microsoft didn't originally publish and acquired publishing rights through acquisition. Modern Warfare 3, Overwatch 2, Fallout 4, Minecraft, Fallout 76.
Yeah.
That's like 5 of the games that they're calling out as being Microsoft published when they're not actually Microsoft published games.
Microsoft
just bought
is
them
publishing them now.
Yeah. It's a little bit disingenuous. But the point is, they are clearly leaning in and will continue to lean in on being a third-party publisher because it makes sense and they make a lot of money doing that.
Yes, and they knew they would, and they knew that this kind of success story was bound to happen and would shut all of the people up that were like, no reason to buy an Xbox now, because that's just not what they're about at the moment.
Right.
They're in the business of making money, and this is the move that makes the most sense to make the most money.
A business making money?
Can't be.
Tell that to Embracer. They should try it.
Oh, they just can't figure it out. So I question, right? What games do you think are going to be next on that list for third-party publishing from Microsoft?
I'm trying to think of like the stuff that is exclusive to Microsoft today, because I don't see their tentpole stuff coming over this generation, because I think it would piss fans off too much.
Right.
Like I don't see Halo, I don't see Gears of War,
Me
I
neither.
don't see Fable. Like those types of games, I don't think are gonna happen.
Now I do wonder,
and like, what else is there?
I do wonder if we see like Gears Tactics or like Halo Wars.
I think
like
Halo's a tougher sell.
Yeah,
I think if the word
Gears
Halo, like if the word Halo was on the PlayStation Store, I think people would have a conniption.
Yeah,
but yeah,
probably.
maybe Gears Tactics or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
who cares about that?
Right.
Like, is the juice worth the squeeze to like release that type of game on PlayStation?
There's a rumor that a Gears a voice actor who purportedly worked on the game there will be a June announcement of a Gears 6 some sort of thing like happening during like Summer Games Fest or whatever. They're going to announce Gears 6. So I wonder if it'd be some sort of like a marketing deal.
Okay.
You bring Gears Tactics to PlayStation to get people inured with, or introduced to the franchise, and maybe that drives, some more interest on the franchise. Yeah, I don't know that really makes that much sense. But
I don't see the
sort
benefit.
Of a marketing push.
I don't see the benefit for Sony there. Because, like, if Gears 6 is going to remain exclusive, which you have to imagine it would, like, why would Sony, just for, like, some relatively small storefront fees to house the game there?
Yeah,
like
that's
that,
fair.
To push more people to maybe wanting to buy an Xbox to play the new Gears game, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm sure there are a bunch of smaller games, like the ones that they have released recently, that those would continue to come, and even maybe some older games. Like I said, certainly not the new Fable, but like I could see an older Fable game, like things that don't have as much of a brand identity for Microsoft. It was Halo and Gears were the two that was like, I can't see that happening.
Right. Yeah, I do wonder if we'd see like Fable 3 pop its way over.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, like is it worth it? I don't know.
Right. It would have to be part of like a package, the way that they did with these like 4 games all in similar time periods.
Yeah.
They would need to release another, half dozen or whatever if they're older games like that.
Right.
But yeah, who knows? Although I guess I could see like if they had a marketing push where like they had multiple games like that in different genres, because I was originally like would people even care about a game that's that old? But if you've never played it and it's really highly regarded, why not?
Right.
Like they're not expecting any of these to sell 1 million copies.
Yeah, I also wonder if a game, a 360 game like Fable 3, I know Microsoft is really good with back compat and pushing that forward.
Yeah,
but I wonder the
work.
translation. Yeah, I wonder the translation between that and a Sony console. Mm-hmm. However they're emulating it forward on their own ecosystem, how that would translate. I wonder if that's actually complicated or not.
My fear is like if they keep bringing more stuff to PlayStation, that reduces the impulse for me to buy the next Xbox. And if I didn't, I'd be bummed because Game Pass is a great deal. Like I would hate to lose Game Pass.
Well, then you would buy the next console so you could have Game Pass.
Yeah,
and you would just get like a digital only, the cheaper model or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess in fairness, that's kind of what I do now. But that's because I get the big AAA stuff too. And if they start releasing that, like if they start releasing everything on PlayStation,
well, they're not going to. Like they've explicitly stated that. So
I'm talking about like next console generation. They might, like if that's their vision. I mean, we're talking 4 or 5 years away.
Yeah, things can change. So yeah, who knows? I doubt it though. I think for the fear of exactly what you're stating.
Yeah, for me, I get bigger value from Game Pass on the multi-platform games that they add to Game Pass for free than I do the big AAA stuff, because there's so little of the big AAA stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I play tons of games on Game Pass that I could buy on PlayStation, but I don't need to because I'm already paying for the service on Xbox.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll see.
This next one's a bummer.
Oh yeah.
So that Dead Space remake, in a very Square Enix-like move, it didn't sell as well as EA had hoped. There had been some conversations about a Dead Space 2 remake as well. Like, they had some, like, very early development talks about it. They had not started actual development on it. But it has been confirmed that there will not be a Dead Space 2 remake. It did not get greenlighted.
Or another Dead Space game at all.
Or at all, yeah.
Like no Dead Space 4
for foreseeable future. Which is a huge shame, because that Dead Space remake is really fucking good. I guess it just didn't perform that well, which surprised me.
I agree.
I honestly, I do wonder if Callisto Protocol kind of ruined it a little bit.
You have to think that there was some sort of impact. Like, I would have anticipated the opposite happening, which is Callisto Protocol came out, it was terrible, and then that made people more excited for Dead Space. Or, like, people that bought Callisto Protocol that weren't going to buy Dead Space then wanted to get Dead Space to play a good one of those.
Right.
But apparently not.
Yeah,
so who knows? Like it's hard. Yeah. We'll never know the decision making and like how that impacted sales, but it's certainly disappointing that it didn't. I don't actually know how many copies it sold or if it was profitable, but just the idea that it didn't sell well enough doesn't necessarily mean that it was not good. Who knows what their expectations were? They were probably unreasonable because they're a game publisher.
That's also fair.
But yeah, if they were going to make another Dead Space game, what would you want it to be? Would you want Dead Space 2 Remake? Would you want a new one? If it was a new one, what would you want it to be?
I think a Dead Space 2 Remake would be great, because there's the original Dead Space 2, it goes a lot of, like, it's not confined to the Ishimura, right? You're on this, like, you're on a planet, and it's not like globe trotting, but you do go to a lot more locations, and because of the open-ended nature of the original or of the Dead Space remake, I think that could be really cool to have more of an open environment that way, and really kind of like get a chance to explore, like let them do their world building chops, right? Like really expand the universe in a way that isn't just a bunch of halls and corridors. Like get some exterior planet areas going and stuff like that, and then having, you know, at the point where you go back to the Ishimura in the second one when it's like in dry dock or whatever, and it's being quarantined and you're like having to go back into it, that could be really cool to kind of experience, like have that continuity for newcomers to the franchise to go back to the first one, just like it was cool for the original going back to the first one. Yeah, I think that would be really rad if they were to have an opportunity to do that. And like you could just do it in the style of the way you did the original remake. I wouldn't want a whole lot more, frankly, because I thought they did such a good job with it the first time around.
Yeah, I think the danger with making a Dead Space 2 remake, though, is that you're kind of forcing yourself into finishing the trilogy and making a Dead Space 3 remake, and people should not play Dead Space 3.
Well, like but that,
I don't want more people playing Dead Space 3.
But like they could then take the story in whatever direction they wanted, because they made some subtle changes to the story in the first one, and
I guess that's true.
Like that would have knock-on effects in the second, and then therefore the third.
Yeah, the third one, it needs more than some subtle story changes, though.
Well, yeah, obviously.
The gameplay is also not great in that game.
But
the cover shooter bullshit.
I would trust the studio to do a good job with it. And
yeah,
I wouldn't be worried about that from that perspective. Yeah. As always, this industry continues to disappoint me greatly.
Uh-huh.
It takes the things that I love and squishes it underneath its heels. Just like how Capcom is delisting Dark Void. Do you see that?
Oh, really?
Capcom is delisting 3 games from sale. It's Dark Void, Dark Void Zero, and Flock. Do you remember Flock? It was that little sheep herding puzzle game or whatever.
Why?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it that heavily. I just saw some headlines floating around. And of course they come from my baby, my child, Dark Void.
Yeah.
It's bastards. Look, Capcom, they're hitting it out of the park, but that doesn't mean they're infallible.
Yeah.
And they have fallibled. So.
Well, in more disappointing news, or I guess I should say disappointing for some, not disappointing for someone like me, is that Larian will not be making another D&D game. Sven came out and said that, hey, our next project won't be D&D. And then there was a bunch of speculation that like maybe they had a falling out with Wizards of the Coast, who are like the IP holders.
Who are notorious fucking assholes, by the way.
Yeah. But for what it's worth, Sven came out and said, like, no, that's not true. They were amazing throughout the entire process. They let us do whatever we wanted. We just want to do something different for our next game. He also confirmed like no plans for DLC or expansions for Baldur's Gate 3, which I think is actually like kind of a dope move to be, which is what he said was like, this is a complete game. This is a complete story. We don't need to do more, which I think is respectable. I guess I should say, not that DLC or expansions are inherently bad or make a base game feel like they're not complete.
The
but
current
just say, like,
state
this
of
is the
DLC
fucking
and
thing,
expansions
man.
is
bad. Like just I don't know. I feel like there's been plenty of stuff, dude. Fucking Cyberpunk.
I mean,
Ghost of Tsushima.
in general, because like from AAA publishers in general, because it's usually them taking content that feels like it should have just been in the game, and then like before the game even comes out saying there's gonna be this DLC, and you're like, is it just delay the game a little bit and it
but
should be in the game.
What examples? Because the ones I think of are not like that at all. Like the Horizon Forbidden West DLC, like they're additional stories that occasionally like they can tie into the main story, but they don't at all feel needed for the main storyline. Like they don't at all feel like they were taken out of the main story.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking like map packs for multiplayer games, stuff like that tends to be hidden behind DLC. Kind of. It just gets into this weird value proposition thing where it's like, how much is actually in the base game? And
yeah, that part of it just depends on like where your line is for content.
Right. I just think it's always a weird conversation. It always feels weird when they're like, hey, we're going to sell you this chunk of stuff that we already have maybe kind of done later for more. And you're like, okay. So, like, I guess is what I have now not going to feel good enough? Yeah, it's just a weird conversation. I think it hits better when the game releases and then they announce the DLC.
That's fair. That's just a marketing thing.
Yeah,
like that doesn't have anything to do with actual game development.
Yeah, and it's kind of a messaging problem.
Yeah, that's fair. So I did want to read this quote from Sven because he's awesome. He was at a one of the awards shows that I'm sure Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year at because they won like everywhere.
This might have been from BAFTA.
It might have been BAFTA. So he says, quote, I've been fighting with publishers my entire life, and I keep on seeing the same mistakes over and over and over, and it's always the quarterly profits. The only thing that matters is the numbers. And then you fire everybody, and then next year you're going to say, shit, I'm out of developers. And you're going to start hiring people again. And then you do acquisitions, and then you put them in the same loop again, and it's just been broken and broken and broken. You don't have to. Take care of the people. Don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in all of those people that you lose every single time so that you have to go through the same cycle over and over and over, right? Because it really pisses me off, end quote.
Yes, Sven.
Like it
pisses
such
all
common
of us
sense.
off. Yeah, it's
such common sense. And this goes to whoever it was at Square Enix talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like their whole comment of like, yeah, we kept like 80% of the staff between Remake and Rebirth. And
right.
taking out our feelings about Rebirth, like just the idea of keeping that continuity of people that know what the fuck they're doing. They know how to use the engine. This applies to any industry, but in particular game development, because it feels like every game is such a snowflake. Every set of dev tools is so different from others that like it can be hard. There's a lot of transition time and a lot of learning time in starting at a new studio when it comes to like the big AAA stuff. And look, not a game developer by any means, so I don't want to be like speaking out of my butt, but like that's everything I see people talking about online is how hard it is to go from one to the next. And like you're relearning entirely new ways of doing things. And it's such a huge waste of time and money and resources. But they're these like fucking suits. They just don't think about that because they're not in the weeds enough. They're not involved enough to have any idea of what's happening at their business.
Yeah. Well, for them, it's always money now. They don't care about the money later.
Yeah. Money now. Money me.
Yeah.
Money please. Money me.
Make the shareholders happy so we get more.
And only immediately.
Right.
But back to Larian, knowing that they're not making D&D, they're not doing Baldur's Gate 4, what would you like to see from them? What do you want them to do?
Whatever they want to do, because I don't really care. Because, like, I never played the old Baldur's Gate games. I didn't love Baldur's Gate 3 for a lot of reasons. I don't know that I would play whatever the next game is. I don't know that I care.
That shocks me. Because I didn't like Baldur's Gate 3, but it's not because I think that like they didn't make a good product. I just don't personally want to play a Dungeons and Dragons role-playing video game.
Yeah,
so like
I thought they made a video game full of characters that I despise.
That's fair, but I do think that the characters were very well crafted and well written. Like I am excited about whatever they'll do next, and I personally, selfishly, am glad that it's not D&D because I want them to do something different mechanics-wise,
sure,
and take their storytelling chops in a different type of game format. And that doesn't mean like, oh, they should do sci-fi. Like I don't care about what that is. That can be whatever. I want the gameplay to be different than Baldur's Gate 3 was.
Yeah, I mean, like. It's up to them to get me excited by making something good, but
yeah,
it would be more likely to get me excited if it is not another Baldur's Gate. So I guess it's good that they're not making that.
So we've got the head of Larian being awesome, and then we've got the opposite side of things.
Yeah,
which is Mike Ybarra, who is the former president of Blizzard. Recently was talking about just like the changing games marketplace and basically introducing the idea that like,
well, he wasn't talking about it, he was tweeting about it, which is fair. Fucking whatever. Worse. So much worse.
He was like, what if we could tip developers? Because he was like, sometimes I'll be playing a game and I have such a great experience and it's a full price game and I want to give the developers an extra $10 just as like a wow, this was so amazing. Wouldn't that be cool if we could do that? And everyone collectively was like,
no.
Dude, no.
Nobody likes tip culture. The only people who like tip culture are people who manage people.
Yes. The suits.
Yeah. Are the people because
cheaper labor.
Yeah, cheaper labor. And
passing on the cost to the consumer.
Yeah. And the people who are predisposed to game the system to make the most out of tip culture. Those are the only people that like it. Everyone else suffers. Like, if you don't have a bubbly personality and you're not super attractive, tip culture sucks for you. Like,
but also, it's not a service industry. You're not face to face with these people.
Right.
And like what makes it so sinister is that this dude knows better This dude knows that if this existed, do you think that $10 is going to the developers?
No.
Do you think 8 of the $10 is going to developers? Do you think
No.
4 of the 10? Fucking, they're not going to see a cent of that money.
No.
So basically, like, fuck you, Mike.
Yep.
Because you know better, and that makes this evil. For you to be like pontificating, wow, I would love to give the developers extra money. No, you fucking wouldn't, because you know it's going to go to you. It's going to go to someone like you, dude.
Yep.
Fuck off. So I had a question as the follow-up of that. What do you think? Do you think we should be able to tip? Fucking no.
I think the UK's got it right. No tipping ever for anything. I don't think it works.
Pay your employees a living wage.
Yes. The price of a meal in a restaurant should just be what it costs so that you can pay your employees what they deserve.
It's all just a scam. Because they're like, well, that's how we can keep our prices so low.
And like that's how you can guarantee good service. Like, I don't want to have that power over someone. If someone's having a bad fucking day, I don't want them to have to fake having an awesome day just
you
so
know
that
how you can also guarantee good service, giving your employees like health care and like enough money to afford their shitty apartment because they're never going to be able to buy a house because of you.
Right.
Fucking old white dudes. I'm so sick of them.
Man, I hope we never become old white dudes.
But that's the hope for the future, right? Is because eventually our generation will be these guys, and hopefully enough of us are like us and not the grind culture bros posting on TikTok and LinkedIn.
Oh, fingers crossed, man.
I think we know the way that's going to go.
Yeah, that's the way it always goes.
We got to have some small modicum of hope for my own children and them becoming adults. Yeah. Let's do the really fun layoff block super quick. And then we got one more story to chat about, which is also not super fun. Great. Excited. Love doing the news.
Yeah.
So layoffs. Actually, well, I shouldn't say that there have been fewer because there were still a lot. But like literally recently, over the last couple of weeks, I haven't heard of significant major storylines.
Right.
But Sega had a big layoff. They 240 people were impacted. They also sold off one of their studios, Relic. That's now an independent studio. That studio then laid off 41 people. So it was like we got to dump some folks. Hey, congrats, you're independent now. You can't afford to be independent, so you're laying off people anyway.
Yeah. Not
awesome. Gearbox has laid off an undisclosed amount of people. I guess the last time I read, maybe it's been disclosed at this point, but after Embracer sold them off, they had an undisclosed layoff. And then Ubisoft laid off 45 people from their publishing arm as they continue to
position themselves for a sale.
Yeah. So again, it makes sense from the publishing house. That's where they can find the most redundancies, I'm sure.
Right.
But they're a huge company, so all things considered, 45 isn't like a huge percentage of folks. But I will not be surprised if we continue to see more of these kind of small rounds from them as they try to get lean.
Yeah.
Final story, tangentially related to kind of what we chat about here, which is that the editor-in-chief of Kotaku has resigned. They semi-recently had a new parent company. They have completely shifted their digital strategy away from news, which is what Kotaku has kind of always been known for, into more of like guide kind of content. So 10 tips and tricks to make sure you get the most out of Stellar Blade. Here's how to find the 5 hidden whatchamacallits in Dragon's Dogma 2, like that type of content. I see this content a ton from IGN on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm sure a bunch of GameSpot and other big ones do that stuff too. But I follow GameSpot IGN because I still they have a couple of reviewers that I generally enjoy. So this sort of parent company over Kotaku, Geo Media, their CEO is sort of really well known for being a shitty person. and they're like a huge media conglomerate. So they're, again, always focused on like what's the cheapest, fastest way to get growth. They don't care about journalism. They don't care about video games or the industry or consumers. They just want more clicks, baby, more ad revenue, baby. So the editor-in-chief, she kind of went on a big tirade online after she quit. She had posted that they had for her team at Kotaku, they had a new benchmark of 50 guides a week that they were supposed to be publishing. And again, when I say guide, it's not like your Final Fantasy X guide that's like 600 pages.
Right.
It's videos and other types of content it can be quick hit stuff, but it's very like in the weeds. Google searchable stuff. That's really what it's all about. It's all about the SEO and the advertising that you're going to get from that, of someone Googling, where do I find this item? And up pops a quick blog on IGN with a little video tutorial of how to find it. That's the kind of shit that they're going to be creating. Sounds super fun for the employees to be making that type of content. Like I said, I see this stuff on IGN's YouTube page all the time. Like every new big game that comes out for like the next 2 weeks, like half of the videos they launch are the same recycled things. And a lot of times just like the same video, just slightly different so that they can post it multiple times with a different voiceover person. It's not awesome. It's not good content. It sucks.
It's not even actually all that helpful most of the time either.
No. Like most of the time when I'm Googling something, it's so specific that I'm like, it's like a random dude who his video's got like 240 views on it.
Yeah.
Like that's the stuff that I'm finding. Because I'm not going to watch an 8-minute thread. Yeah. I'm not going to watch an 8-minute, like, make sure you do these 12 things before pressing start. Yeah, like, no. I'm not going to watch. I'm not looking for that.
I play video games, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Go die. Like, you're doing your job. It's not your fault. But tell your parent company to go die.
It's like the Ubisoft model of like DLC for like XP boosters, of like, give us more money to play the game less. Like it's like that kind of content.
Right.
It's like you want to spend less time playing this game, right? So you can finish it faster. Like, no, I want to enjoy it. Right. That's why this is a hobby. It's fun.
Yeah.
What are we doing? So I bring all this up not to lambaste these like fucking shitty media companies, which is always fun and relevant, but it's a bigger picture conversation, which I left a jokey question of like, is games journalism dead? But the real question is about, do you think we'll continue to see these big games outlets decline? Like we live in a world of influencer marketing where it's so much easier for EA to fly out 10 YouTubers that have a couple 100,000 followers each and have them beta test and be able to game capture a game and then go talk about it to their fans than it is to like fly out fucking Jason Schreier, who's like jaded and has seen everything before and isn't going to be schmoozed by you. Like if you're in marketing at one of these shitty publishers, which avenue are you going to take?
Yeah.
So like the big conglomerates that are left, because many of them have ceased to exist, but like the big ones that are left, they still have the bigger market share. Like I think IGN is like 17 million subscribers on YouTube. Like they're still huge and dwarf a lot of the smaller YouTubers, but it's like, do you spend time and money getting in front of users through this media outlet, or do you just do much more targeted stuff with smaller folks? And to me, the answer is obvious, and it's the smaller folks. I guess I'm very scared about that. IGN has had a lot of ups and downs. They've lost a lot of my respect over the years for various reasons. Other sites, it's the same way. Like there's the famous story with Jeff Gerstmann getting let go at GameSpot. Granted, this was like 20 years ago, but like just that kind of shit that happens, or I should say this kind of shit has always happened with even big game media outlets kowtowing to publishers to like stay in their good graces and not get blackballed. But like there's still a certain amount of separation that happens between a corporate media outlet and a corporate publisher. It's two companies, not individual humans, which is where you get a lot of the subjectivity, and that's where it gets scary to me in terms of like the bias and the schmoozing and just like straight up bribery that happens.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, it scares me for like the state of criticism, I guess I should say. Like, you will always be able to find critics that align to your type of perspective. We talked about this, right? Like, you want to find a big group so that you're not just following what one or two people say, but you also don't want to like follow people that you tend to disagree with them, right? Like, you're not going to get anything out of that opinion. But what you don't want to do is insulate yourself to like the echo chamber of, if this person disagrees with me on one game, that's it. I'm done. I only want to listen to reviews that confirm my preconceived notions. That's very dangerous.
Yeah.
And people do that.
Oh,
the positive is having these big companies, they don't care. Like, they don't care the IGN doesn't care if you're mad that they gave Stellar Blade a 7, but a random YouTuber might, and they might consider that the next time they review a game because they don't want the hate. They don't want to lose the views.
Right.
Like that to me is where the danger happens. And I don't believe in objective criticism, but what I want to avoid is intentional bias in criticism. And I feel like we continue to get closer and closer to that becoming the norm. And that sucks. And that's bad. That's bad for consumers.
Yeah, I like the democratization of games, criticism. It's going to get worse before it gets better because all things are a cycle. Everything goes up and down. And so back to your original question of like, do we think we're going to see those corporate games outlets decline and the rise of influencers increase? The answer is obviously yes, in my mind.
Right.
But I do believe that it will become bad enough that things will then start to swing the other way, and we'll see the rise of new games media outlets come out of that.
But who's investing in that? Like, it has to be like user published through like Patreon and stuff.
Correct. That will be the new format it takes, like a min-max. It'll be it'll be things like min-max. I guess
there are exceptions or like positive examples, but that still ties into my concern, which is if your consumers are directly funding your content, you have sort of an obligation, or at least like a perceived obligation, to like give them what they want, not what you actually believe.
Only if that is the foundation of your business, right? However, if the people who are there to support you, if your business is founded on being as objective and professional in your criticism as possible, and people know that and choose to support you under that with that understanding, then you don't have to worry about losing those people. If you start from that place.
And those I definitely believe will always exist, but the reality is that you won't make as much money doing that as you will, like, essentially grifting your viewers and just telling them what they want to hear, or like rage baiting. Like, that's where the real money happens, baby.
Yeah, but there are plenty of people.
Pursue.
Yeah, but there are plenty of people with integrity who don't care about that.
Yes.
Like, for them, enough is enough. Like, enough to get by is enough to justify the business is enough, and it's not infinite growth model. And I think that's where a lot of people in our generation are coming from in terms of philosophy on economics is infinite growth bad, late stage capitalism terrible. And I think it's going to come back. I don't know how long it's going to take. I think it's going to come back around, and we're going to see sustainability being the main focus.
I hope so.
And I think it's not going to just be games. I think it's going to be a lot of industries that feel that effect.
I hope you're right.
Me too. I really hope so. I think it, because if I don't,
it's too depressing.
It's too sad.
Yeah, I have to hope for it. Unfortunately, I don't have hope for it for our generation, but like for my kids' generation, that's being a parent, like that's where my mind goes. I just want my kids to have it good when they're older. So I just hope that we can do enough damage to the system, as it were, that my kids can have. My kids cannot experience what we are experiencing right now.
Right, yeah.
Which is the death of the American dream. No big deal.
Yeah, the dream was flawed to begin with.
Sure, but like, yeah.
But yeah.
Cool. Well, that's the end of the news.
Yeah.
What a lovely note, per usual. We do have some fun questions in the emails. If you want to send us an email, you can do so at info@SheaHatesEverything.com. The first email comes in from our friend Connor. Subject line, The Tron Level from Kingdom Hearts 2.
Hell yeah, brother.
Connor writes, Howdy. I know both of you are not into sports games, but I myself am, and have found a new way to rejuvenate the love I once had for them. For years, sports games definitely were the same thing over and over, with the memed, it's just a roster update thing becoming more and more true. However, I became aware of the fact that these games go on sale very quickly, and got them at a reasonable price a couple months later, to then make my own judgment. And yes, they are mostly roster updates. However, one of the big four usually ends up surprising me with a feature here or there every other year. Best My Player modes being MLB The Show, EA NHL, and EA FC, which I believe is the football club, the soccer game.
Okay.
And then best GM modes, NBA 2K and NHL. And he puts in parentheses, notice Madden didn't get either. Because everybody hates Madden these days. I'm a sports fan. What can I say? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't counting down the days towards a college football video game coming back, so I can finally see OSU beat the team up north again. Good luck with that. Back to the point. ChatGPT has opened up a whole new world for these games for me.
Oh boy.
I've been going through my player modes and having ChatGPT create sports media talking points for me. For example, I have an NBA player that has struggled his first year, but now finding his rhythm in his sophomore season. I put stats and some backstory into ChatGPT, and I'm able to have it create a whole pre, halftime, and post-game commentary from inside the NBA's own Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, and Chuck. It honestly does a really good job and adds a whole new layer to these games that were becoming repetitive at this time. I've also been able to create Stephen A. first take segments. I don't know why you would want to do that. Pardon my take Barstool segments. I don't know why you want to do that. And Good Morning America morning highlights after a championship series win. This may all seem lame to you all, but it's been a very cool mix-up for a game genre that has been stale for me for a while. Do either of you use AI or ChatGPT to supplement any video games, movies, comics, or shows you are consuming right now? And is there anything you'd like AI to get better at to supplement these things for you? P.S. Where's the Balatro love? It's clearly the game of the year. Thanks for the pod. Connor from the Ohio State University. To address the final part of this first on Balatro, I keep intending to play it. I just haven't. I was waiting for it to come out on mobile, and then I got the Steam Deck, and I could totally play it on Steam Deck. I just haven't. I'm not a big card game person, but enough people have said amazing things about it that like I feel obligated to check it out. Kyle, I'm kind of surprised you haven't played it. I know you're not into card games either. But
I don't care about card games. I don't care about Balatro. I am happy for people that care about it. One thing I've totally forgot to bring it up in our discussion about games media outlets. Mm-hmm. Now, for the first time ever, you can get a Game Informer subscription straight from Game Informer without the money going to GameStop.
Okay.
So you can subscribe to the magazine directly. It's $20 for 10 issues, so it's like $2 an issue. Or you can do like 35 for 20 issues. I am holding in my hand, I received today, my very first Game Informer issue in like 14 years since I stopped working at GameStop. And there is an article in here on Balatro. The cover story for this month is Star Wars Outlaws. I'm very much looking forward to. I have not read a magazine in a really fucking long time, and I'm like,
it is really nice.
Excited.
Yeah, to like hold the physical media in your hands. The bummer is like by the time you get it, it's all outdated. Like, all the information.
So that's why. So they've changed their format on a lot of the reporting, right? Like, so they do deep dives on stuff now instead. We're like investigating communities around games. Like, there's a Tekken thing. They got previews of Sandland, the upcoming Yoko Taro was the the artist who passed away.
No,
not Yoko Taro.
He's the Nier guy.
Yeah, who's the Dragon Ball Z artist who passed away?
You're asking the wrong person.
Anyways, so they have a thing on Sandland, a thing on Star Wars Outlaws, preview stuff. So like they still have preview things that are exclusive to them coverage wise, and then they have deep dives on things like community things that have come up in their community as discussion points that they do deeper dives on. Some of their written reviews are in here and stuff too. So like they do pad it out with stuff that isn't just regurgitating the tabloids that you see every day. So it does seem like there's still value to it. Is the reason I remembered it is because Connor mentioned Balatro, and there's that article in here on from an interview with the developer, I think.
Yeah, I guess to address the main point of this around the AI chat GPT stuff, the first thing I'll say is like, I don't think that's lame at all. I think that's a really creative, fun, wholesome use of chat GPT to like immerse yourself in these games. I think that's super fun and creative. I have not really done that. I haven't felt the need or desire to do that with like any of the media that I consume. I think part of that honestly is like informed by a general distaste for AI in general these days, and like the chatbot stuff in general. And half of that is the fact that I work in marketing, and like I just see so much of it encroaching on my livelihood, and I see a lot of marketers finding ways to leverage it. And it feeds into the corporate culture shit, the grind culture shit that we were touching on a little bit earlier around just be more efficient. I need to find ways to be more efficient so I can make more money for the corporation that I work for. And like, let me remove a lot of the fun of my job and add more efficiency. I just need to get more done faster. And like, why? You aren't getting anything from that.
Right.
You're just making your CEO more money. And I just hate that's capitalism, baby. It just, I have a huge distaste for. And then the other half of it is like the AI side as a creative person and as someone who appreciates art in all of its forms. Seeing like the AI art stuff pisses me off. And also the general fear that I have about the better that AI art generation gets, the less we'll be able to trust anything we see online. And that to me is a very scary proposition. So like none of that is specific to games or like Connor, the way that you're leveraging these tools. But those experiences just make me like generally not want to engage with a lot of this kind of stuff. So yeah, I have not done that. I personally don't have an interest in doing that, but I think it's awesome that you have. And I think that that's a very creative, wholesome way to use that content to like enhance your experience with games. I think it's cool. I don't know why you would want to consume more Stephen A. Smith content, but hey, more power to you, I guess.
Sports.
LOL sports.
Noise.
You've seen Stephen A. Smith in something, Kyle. He has been memed so much. You've seen the man. Trust me.
All right. I do. I'm going to be an asshole for a second.
Okay.
Because I care about words and language. It is machine learning. It is not AI. I am being one of those people right now, and I apologize, but also I don't apologize because I am correct, and you are all wrong. Stop saying AI. There's a general call to action for all of humanity. Stop saying AI. It is machine learning. AI is a corporate buzzword because 2 letters are easier to remember than 2 words.
It all is.
So,
well, ML,
machine
like
learning.
people use ML.
Yeah, people could and should use ML.
They do, but yes.
Yeah, talking general populace.
Yeah.
Also, I have a professional technical writing degree. I enjoy writing. I would rather write the thing than have something write it for me.
Yeah, and I think that gets to the just like the type of person being different.
Yeah.
Like Connor doesn't want to take the time. He knows what he wants.
Right. Skill sets are different.
He wants these characters, he wants these talking points, but like he doesn't want to write it. He just wants to consume it. You enjoy
I enjoy the
process.
act of doing it. Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
my relationship with the product is very different.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's not a good or a bad. It's not a better or worse. It's just like what you get enjoyment out of different parts of the process.
Right. Yeah. It's simply a tool, and if it's for me, it is a journey and destination thing. The destination matters because of the journey, but I understand that for other people, they are like that with different things in their lives. And other things, they just want the destination. And I think I am that way with other things too. So I think it's 100% fair. But long answer short, no.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Connor, as always, and for the weird subject line, as always.
Yeah.
We also got an email from, it literally is an email. I don't know that I would actually qualify it as an email. From our friend Mike.
M1K3.
Flashback to several months ago at this point.
Yeah.
As this always happens with our email segments, someone asked questions about sandwiches, what our favorite sandwiches were. It might have been Mike. I believe it was. I don't remember.
I think it was Mike.
And it just became like a months-long process because something that I love. Our listeners write in emails with questions, and then they also answer the questions from other emails from the previous months. And so it was like 2 or 3 months in a row, we had folks writing in also sharing their favorite sandwiches. And eventually we had to put a kibosh on sandwich emails, just like we did Disney World, because the same thing happened with Disney World, where like 4 months in a row, someone wrote us about their experience at Disney World.
Oh, I do not miss the Disney arc of our podcast.
So anyway, Mike writes us again. And in the email, the subject line of the email is sandwiches. The content of the email is just a link to a Reddit post about a ranking of the best sandwiches in the world. And that's it. No other context. I don't know if this is Mike just giving an FYI. I don't know if this is Mike rubbing in our face how illiterate we are when it comes to great sandwiches, which I did have a realization of this being the case, thinking back to like the sandwiches that I listed, looking at this big list of like tortas, shawarma, fucking grilled cheese, brisket sandwiches, Cuban sandwiches, like there's a lot of hot chicken. There's a lot of good shit on here that I just didn't think about when we were listing ours. And I felt like I gave a very like white bread, pun intended, answer for best sandwiches that I now regret. I don't remember the 3 that I listed, but looking at this list here, Cuban might be up there. Grilled cheese would definitely be on the list.
Grilled cheese. I can't believe it's only 30 on the list.
That is kind of crazy. Banh mi being number 1, that makes sense.
I don't even know what that is.
Anyway, it's I don't know what country. Chinese maybe? But it's got like a really fluffy, sort of doughy wrap around it. It's quite good.
Okay.
Pork. It's usually different kinds of pork, some different sauce that you can get.
The devil's meat.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's, I guess, an email. I don't know, Mike, what you wanted us to get out of this.
I think this.
So hopefully this, it's just a reminder of the sandwich insanity. And then Kyle, you have, quote, a question from a friend.
Yes.
This friend is incapable of writing emails.
Yeah, it was a Discord conversation that I thought would be interesting to bring to the podcast. So, question. Were you an Xbox kid, a PlayStation 2 kid, or a GameCube kid? And what are a couple of the most formative games for you that were on that console? Exclusive to that console, I should say. And then the third question, in an alternate reality where you were a different console kid, what games do you think you would have gravitated towards that were exclusive to that library instead?
Yeah, I mean, so we were both
PlayStation 2 kids.
We were a PlayStation family. That's, we were brothers, so we kind of had the same shit. We did get a GameCube. It was later in the life cycle of the GameCube. We got the purple one.
Orange controller, baby. I still have it.
That was always the best one. We had orange, gray.
Yeah, silver.
Yes, that's right, because it was shiny. Yep,
yeah.
Shiny silver, purple, and black. I think were the four.
We had a black one. Yep.
Yeah. We were PlayStation 2 kids, and when I first saw this, I was like, I wasn't any of these. I was a Sega Genesis kid. But I think the point of it being like the three big rivals at that stage, definitely PlayStation. Trying to think of like what the big exclusive games were for me in the PS2 era. I have a hard time thinking of like what years those were.
I'm gonna say for I assume for you it would be like Dynasty Warriors 6 would be one.
Dynasty Warriors 5 I was more into. That was
yes, sorry, 5, yeah.
Yeah, 4 and 5 were my two Dynasty Warriors games.
5 was the one where you could play the campaign. Every character had their own set of levels as a campaign. You could like upgrade their like followers and upgrade their weapons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 5 was good.
All right, so PS2 came out in the year 2000. It is the distant future. The year 2000. How about you? I'm gonna look some because I'm sure I've got some good answers.
Sure. Kingdom Hearts. It's the game that we got with our PlayStation 2 when we got it.
No doubt.
So Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy X.
Yes, that was the first one that came to my mind.
Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater 3, Snake Eater. Peter Jackson's King Kong. The game adaptation of the film. Those are my 4. You know what? I'll say Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec. I played the hell out of that game.
That was great. Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah.
Xenosaga.
Yeah. I only wanted to do one like JRPG. So I did Final Fantasy X.
I'm just listening. I'm looking through my game of the years from those years and calling out the ones that were like tentpole. Yeah. Shadow of the Colossus, Medal of Honor Frontline.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Lord of the Rings 2 Towers. That game was a banger. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts, obviously. What else we got? A lot of Nintendo games on my lists, which it was going to be my next comment, which is like, if I was going to be one of the other ones, it would have been GameCube. But for me, it's more a regret that we were Sega kids versus Nintendo.
Right.
So it's less like I would have preferred the GameCube first compared to the PS2, because PS2 is like maybe the best console of all time.
Yeah.
But I wish that we were Nintendo kids rather than Sega kids.
Right.
Because I played all
for
the
the sake
big
of
GameCube
discussion
games,
then, what were your formative GameCube games? And I will try and posit, if I were to be an Xbox kid, what would I have gravitated towards? So why don't you talk about like what are your favorite GameCube games?
I mean, Smash is top of the list for show. Wind Waker. Great game.
Yes. Absolutely. My favorite Zelda.
Metroid Prime. I really like Metroid Prime.
Yeah.
I take it back. That's not one of my favorites. I did really like it. Super Mario Sunshine is great.
Yeah.
Was that the only big? Was that the big 3D Mario game? Oh, it's fucking Double Dash.
Oh yeah.
Was GameCube? I'm trying to think if there was another 3D Mario game on GameCube.
I played the hell out of Strikers on GameCube.
Mario Strikers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. What about Xbox?
So it's because like we never owned an original Xbox, so I would only be able to play it at friends' houses. It's like my knowledge of that library is pretty limited, but I think I would have definitely been a Ninja Gaiden. I would have definitely liked Ninja Gaiden. I had a friend of mine who, to this day, remarks on how he completed Ninja Gaiden on Master Ninja, which is a feat. It's a tough game. I think I would have gravitated towards Ninja Gaiden. That original Fable, I would have really been into, I think. As it stands now, I have very limited experience with it, but I think at the time I would have really been into the original Fable. Obviously, I played a crap ton of the first Halo, like over at my friends' houses.
Halo and Gears, like.
Well, Gears was 360.
The first one was?
Yeah. Yep.
That must have been in the transition between the two.
Yeah, Gears might have been like a launch 360 game. Yeah, the first Halo.
Yeah, 2006.
Ninja Gaiden, Fable. Trying to think of like other original Xbox exclusives. Like are there any weird ones? There were a lot of weird Xbox games. Yeah, I don't know.
There was not a ton on the original Xbox.
Right.
That definitely is a third place one for me.
Yeah, it had a much more limited library.
Yeah.
The 360s when they really came out swinging. Especially that price point too. So much cheaper than the PS3.
Two that we did not mention that were PS2 classics. I'm surprised you did not mention Katamari.
Oh shit, yeah.
And Spider-Man 2.
Right.
Another big one.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot. You can check out SheaIt'sEverything.com. I have a top 10 for every fucking year. Good video games.
Yeah.
PS2 was awesome.
Every now and then I think I should try a Ninja Gaiden game. But then I'm like, maybe I just wait until they maybe someday make a new one and then try it then. I don't know.
It'd be so different though.
Yeah.
Like you have to bring some of the modern sensibilities into a game like that.
Yeah. I guess I could play it on the Steam Deck. I could always figure that out.
True.
The console of choice for Ninja Gaiden.
All right, that's going to wrap up emails. If you want to be like Connor and Mike, and if you want, maybe Kyle's friend, if you want to write an email, you can do so at info@SheaHatesEverything.com. I'm going to try a little question here. I'm going to prompt you all. Given the conversation we had at the top about games the rest of this year, there are 0 AAA games that I'm excited about. I would love to change that. Tell me what games you're excited about the rest of this year. Convince me to be excited for something. Please. I'm begging you. Write us an email about it. Great. So let's do our May game releases. We'll chat our Game Club game for May. Or I guess it'll be on the June episode. And then we can get out of here. So May 2nd, there's a little game called Foundry.
Yep.
Which
Coming out
I've
on
already
PC
forgotten
early
what it
access.
was.
I put this on here. It's coming out in PC early access. It's like a Minecraft, but also Satisfactory. If you know, you know. That's all you need to know about it.
Also on the second is Abiotic Factor, which you also added to the list.
Yes. Also coming out in PC early access. This is sort of like a Lethal Company like, but has like wave-based combat and base building and stuff. So it's got kind of the framework of like a Lethal Company, where it's, you know, cooperative based and things are intentionally made to be, you know, a little janky because that makes for fun co-op stuff. But then it also has like what looks like some defense base building against enemy attack kind of stuff in it, which might set it apart. It seems interesting anyways.
Cool. On the 7th is Heading Out, which is on PC. I added this. This is it's like a black and white sort of comic booky looking game. It's a driving game. It's primarily first person, but you can drive in third person, at least in like certain sections. And it's got sort of like a Sin City flair where it's black and white. It's got some flashes of red, very story heavy. It's got some cool like big text graphics. Like I said, it's very comic book in its style. It's just got like a really cool visual aesthetic that I'm into. And then on the 9th is Little Kitty Big City, which is coming to Game Pass, which is why I added it. It's 100% a kids game. I'm going to play it with my kids, but I am actually excited because the trailer, it gives me some like Untitled Goose Game energy, where basically you play as a little black cat causing some mischief. And I'm all about that. Untitled Goose Game I thought was like a really underrated gem and had some legitimately like fun puzzles.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting this to have any like huge depth to it, but it'll be fun playing with the kids and knocking stuff off tables. I'm sure they'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
On the 14th is a weird that this game exists.
Yes.
The Rogue Prince of Persia. Not to be confused with the game that came out like in February, Prince of Persia Lost Crown. So the Rogue Prince of Persia has a really interesting visual style that I can't decide if I really like it or not.
I don't.
It's not like sepia tone, but it's got kind of like bubble graphics. Like everything's kind of round and like weirdly colored. It's look it up. It's very hard to describe, but it's from the folks that worked on Dead Cells. So it's got some like, I mean, it's a roguelite. So it's got some of that going for it. Side scroller. I think the actual gameplay looks interesting, if maybe kind of simplistic. So I'm keeping my eyes on it. It's coming in PC early access, so certainly like places for it to go. I did actually today buy Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I was trying to get Kyle to do it for Game Club after I had already bought it. I didn't tell him that I had already bought it.
The truth come out.
He was not interested, but I will be playing The Lost Crown over the next month. So interesting to see maybe how those two compare. On the 15th is Mullet Mad Jack, which is another game that needs to be seen to be believed. This is coming to PC. It looks sick. It's just a, you know, I guess I feel like boomer shooter's overused, but it's got some of that boomer shooter, just like really fast paced, bright colors, action, first person, like 80s aesthetic to it. So that one looks really fun, really cool personality to it. On the 21st is Paper Trail. This, I think, I'm pulling it back up now. Oh, yeah, this is the cool puzzle game. So this is on PC. It's, I guess, like the closest thing. They're not similar at all. But, like, if you think of Viewfinder, which was like a cool 3D first-person puzzle game where you took pictures and you used the pictures to solve puzzles to, like, basically create places to traverse. Paper Trail is that approach, but with like a 2D top-down game. So instead of taking pictures and putting them in the real world, everything is taking place on this like watercolor-esque paper, and you fold the edges of the paper in the game to create new paths and solve puzzles and move things around.
Yeah.
It's very unique. I'm always a sucker for like super inventive puzzle gameplay mechanics, and this like immediately jumped out at me. It looks like it, much like Viewfinder, it looks like it might be too much of a brain fuck for me. Like I might get kind of frustrated, but I do really want to check it out because I also love the art style. It's a very like paper craft watercolor kind of aesthetic to it, which is really my vibe too. We already chatted about this briefly, but also on the 21st is Hellblade 2. Sorry, I should say Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2.
You got
which
it.
is coming to Game Pass. We will probably... It sounds like you definitely will check it out. I probably will too. Also on the 21st, System Shock, the remake, is coming to console. So this previously was PC only. It's coming to PS5 and Xbox. I initially was excited to check this out, but after it came out on PC, seeing like how old school it was and how like non-handholdy and obtuse a lot of the progression is, it turned me off a little bit. Similar to like the Star Wars Dark Forces remake. Like,
right.
Stuff that's that old school, I feel like just ends up being more frustrating than fun. So I'm kind of in between. I probably won't end up checking it out, but I'm semi-interested in theoretically, like maybe 6 months it'll come to Game Pass, like that kind of thing. I would check it out. So we'll see. On the 23rd is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door HD. I probably am going to pick this up. I know people are excited about it. People love Paper Mario. I've never played Paper Mario. I probably am going to play this, and it will probably be the last hurrah of my Switch.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
I can't wait to play it at half the frame rate I played it at before.
Fair. Maybe I could emulate the original on my Steam Deck.
You can. I have it on mine already.
Maybe I will explore that. I will buy the cartridge and get the ROMs on my PC. That's what I will do to emulate it. And then finally, on the 29th is Nine Souls. I mentioned this earlier that I tried to play a demo on Steam Deck and it didn't work. But this game, it's got a really cool, fluid, really like detailed side-scrolling 2D plane. It is combat-wise, they liken it to like a Sekiro-like, which is not my vibe, but it's got really high-flying, fluid animated sword fighting combat. It's got sort of that like Eastern flair. It looks like a really cool one of those, which a good visual aesthetic will get you very far in my book. Sure. I would love to be able to play the demo before I would buy it, but we'll see if they are able to fix that. So those are the May game releases. Not a lot of big stuff.
No.
Which is why we're going backwards a month for our May Game Club game and checking out something that just came out recently at time of recording, which is a new Game Pass edition, Another Crab's Treasure.
Yeah.
This is where was this revealed? Was this at a Game Awards? Or like a Summer Game? I think it was Summer Games Fest last year.
Sounds right.
Because the two developers, they did like a little like sitting on the couch chit chat. They were very charming and kind of dorky and in a very endearing way. And the game, I mean, it's modeled like it's a Souls-like. It doesn't, from reviews at least, it doesn't have a lot of the same challenge that a Souls game does, which makes it more appealing to me. But it's got a really fun personality. You play as a little crab. You're trying to get your shell back, man. And so your picking
shell
up all
gets
these other
repoed.
Yeah, you're picking up all these other shells that give you sort of like different abilities, different defense, that sort of thing.
One of the shells is a gun.
Yeah.
And you can shoot the gun.
Yes, I'm down. I already agreed to play it. You don't need to sell me.
All right. Okay.
So we're going to be checking out Another Crab's Treasure. Like I said, it's on Game Pass. If you want to check it out alongside us, feel free to do so. You can send an email with your thoughts to info@shadeseverything.com. We will be chatting about that on our first Monday of June episode, which, taking a quick look at the calendar, will be Monday, June the 3rd. So look forward to that. Let's wrap up with some things that we don't hate. And I'll say that I don't hate buying things. I hate spending money, but I don't hate buying things.
That makes perfect sense.
Uh-huh.
No notes. And I don't hate that indies are coming out swinging this year, baby.
Hell yeah.
they're picking up the slack that AAA's left behind, and I'm here for it, man.
I kind of wonder, like, I don't disagree. There have been a lot of great indie games this year. I feel like there are a lot of great indie games every year. It's just that
we don't always get to spend time with them.
Yeah, there are also a lot of great AAA games that they just kind of get overshadowed a little bit. Like, I always have, like, 3-4 indie games when it comes to my top 10. It's just, like, there aren't going to be AAA games up there this year.
Right.
I want to check out Balatro. I'm excited to check out Prince of Persia, which I guess I wouldn't qualify as being truly indie. But I also intend to check out Tales of Kinzera Zhao, which is a recent release. That is a true indie, but it's a side-scrolling Metroidvania, so I'm going to need to put some distance between finishing Prince of Persia and starting Tales of Kinzera, because they're going to be very similar style games. Bears in Space, I want to check out. I did download the demo of that on my Steam Deck, which seems very fun. Lisfanga, No Wish for the Wicked, Pepper Grinder, Ultros, Another Crab's Treasure, Harold Halibut. A lot of indies. Palworld. It's good stuff. Good year for that, for sure.
It is.
Lightyear Frontier. Lots of good ones. All right. That's the end of the podcast.
Woo!
Thank you, everybody, so much for listening. We did it. We caught up. Nice, meaty episode. We will be back on, taking a quick look here, Monday, May 20th, with 1997 games that don't suck. Our top 5 best games of 1997.
That's going to be a hard one.
So be sure to check that out. Will be very hard. And then, like I said, June 3rd, back with another episode of the Flagship Pod. All your news, all your video games, maybe some less depressing stuff, but probably not. And, of course, your emails, which please send to info@sheahateseverything.com. Thank you all so much. Have a great May. Peace out.